As many? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Mount Moriah.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the constituency of Mount Moriah, and I would like to acknowledge the decent, hardworking residents of Mount Moriah today. I remain grateful, humble, and dedicated to improving the lives of every resident in Mount Moriah. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to acknowledge the family of Miss Judy LaFleur Nordage on the passing of her son, Tyler LaFleur, a young man that died in his sleep. I again express my sincere condolences to the family. I would also like to say happy birthday to Cindy Adderley Ellis, William Strong, Anthony Delaney, Franklin Donaldson, Durant Ferguson.
Central, that's you? You swear responsibility for that, hey? Okay.
Garnet Gardner and Geneva Gilbert. And of course, happy birthday to everyone in Mount Moriah celebrating their birthdays today. I also would like the residents of Mount Moriah to know that the lights on Tom Grant Park went out yesterday. We have deployed someone yesterday evening and someone should be working on it later on today. And also at the park at Old Cedar as well. Additionally, the extensive remedial work at Melbourne Street is finally completed. The residents are well aware of all of the trenching and the work that was done over the ensuing weeks. We've been working on Melbourne Road for approximately 6 weeks to 8 weeks, removing rusty pipes, and we've been able to replace all of those rusty pipes, working obviously with the Chairman of Water and Sewage and also the Minister of Works. We've invested approximately $200,000 on that exercise. And it has been a complaint of the residents for successive governments. And so we've been able to complete that over for them now. And that's something that they was complaining about for the last 30 years. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence to deal with those housekeeping matters. The member for Freetown professorially addressed the objects and reasons for the passing of the Compendium of Bills. The honourable member for Freetown did a fantastic job this morning going through the intricacies of the bill. I intend to leave well enough alone, and I won't take up much time today. However, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not express my profound pleasure that this Davis Cooper-led administration is taking the necessary steps to improve the efficiency of the administration of justice by making necessary amendments to the Magistrates Act, the Juries Act, the Criminal Procedure Code, and the Evidence Act. Our legislative agenda runs the full gamut and continues to address long-standing issues that we as a nation have put up for far too long. Quite simply, Madam Speaker, these amendments will improve the efficiency of administering justice. The Compendium of Bills are a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that our courts are contending with enormous backlog of cases and systemic challenges that have plagued the judiciary for decades and have only been made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for us to take advantage of technological advances that are available today. It is true that in the past, procedurally and administratively, change has been painfully slow. However, I am not surprised that these bills have made its way onto the legislative agenda so quickly as the honourable member for Centerville, along with our very competent AG, continue to craft and draft legislation in a timely fashion and continue the momentum of our multifarious agenda. Madam Speaker, as I've said before in this place, this administration is working with a sense of urgency that is unparalleled to any other administration for and on behalf of the Bahamian people. Hence the reason why we started at the magistrates level. This administration is in the business of removing systemic issues that everyday Bahamians have been struggling with. I can tell you from experience as an attorney that small claims court is not bustling with people with lots of money. By expanding the amounts that a litigant can claim allows litigants to keep their claims in small claims court as opposed to the Supreme Court, which in my legal experience is much more expensive. Today we today our intentions are quite clear. We are focused on the people whose pockets are not that deep. I think I heard the honorable member for Freetown once say, when we were on the campaign trail, that we have to look out for everyday behaviors because millionaires can take care of themselves. And that is why we are doing this modernization exercise today. It is a technical exercise, but it's driven by a need to bring about a more equitable administration of justice by expanding access. And I see it as an interpretation of expanding access. And I see that because by the fact that we're keeping the costs down and allowing persons to keep their claims in the small claims court, we're allowing more individuals to have access to the Magistrates Court as opposed to the Supreme Court. And the more expensive litigation is, the less persons would be minded to bring their matters to court. I am excited to see how we continue this modernization exercise, as we must always be thinking of how we can improve the systems that we've met in place. That said, the amendment to the Evidence Act and Criminal Procedure Code will now allow for witnesses in criminal proceedings and accused persons to give evidence via video link. This is a much needed improvement. Criminal trials should be dealt with quickly. These amendments will positively impact how trials are conducted. It is no secret that our courts, especially the criminal division, are contending with enormous backlog, which I have said before has been made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, to be clear, when we speak of backlog, we are not merely speaking of papers in a file. We are speaking about victims waiting to have their matters heard, and also defendants waiting to have their matters adjudicated in a timely fashion in order to move on with their lives. I mention that, Madam Speaker, because the amendments have important real-world implications. It must be made plain that what we are doing here today will positively impact litigants and demonstrate once again that we understand the importance of addressing long-standing issues. Modernization of our court system is important to the judicial branch of government. Madam Speaker, to quote the words of the current Chief Justice, Sir Brian Marie, the need to reform the modernization of our court system is now impatient of debate. The matter has been settled, and what is needed is bold initiatives without what has been described as the dead hand of tradition holding back radical and fundamental change. It will involve systemic, procedural, administrative, and operation paradigm shifts, end quote. The expansion of the use of technology is that bold step that is needed. I verily believe that the steps taken today is a mere glimpse into the future of what we can do virtually in our courtrooms across the Bahamas by adopting and expanding the further use of technology into our legal framework. Undoubtedly, Madam Speaker, the use of technology will reduce all-around litigation costs. This invariably impacts the time that is spent on litigation, and in litigation, time is money. Madam Speaker, these bills provide practical solutions to long-standing issues, and for that reason, Madam Speaker, Mount Moriah supports these Compendium of Bills.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
You have to give me a few minutes as the member who was supposed to speak is not here. And therefore, I would have to speak earlier. That is true. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I make my contribution to these bills, I want to thank you and all really gave to you and all of my parliamentarians a happy belated Easter. And Madam Speaker, just yesterday, I celebrated my birthday.
Oh, happy belated birthday.
School, which is a more than 10-year tradition. Mm-hmm. And I was very happy to celebrate there again with the kids. And the kids had a beautiful time. I read a book to them. And the book basically pointed out to them and explained to them that we are all equal and we all have opportunities to become what we want to become once we remain focused, and they enjoyed that. And in cutting the cake, the former principal, Ms. Pinder, celebrates her birthday at the same time, and this has been a long tradition, so she has always gotten the first piece of cake. And it's also been a tradition that, coincidentally, every year a student at Gambia Primary will also be celebrating their birthday at the same time, on the same date as both myself and Pinder. And that student is always given the second piece of cake. So that student had gotten the second piece of cake, and I must say, Madam Speaker, that they all enjoyed it. Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Kalani constituency, I support the Compendium of Bills related to our criminal justice systems. I am always a supporter of initiatives by the government to make our justice system and law regime stronger. It is important for government and opposition to agree when possible on matters to improve the law, and the amendments before us today include Evidence Amendment Bill 2022, the Magistrates Amendment Bill 2022, the Juries Amendment Bill 2022, and the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2022. And these bills, Madam Speaker, provide for a number of administrative and necessary changes. However, overall, it is important to note that these are all amendments designed to make our legal system function somewhat better. But these are not bills with a broader and more visionary scope to address crime and other pressing national issues. And this legislation does not appear to be a part of a broader and more comprehensive plan to make the Bahamas safer. These are functional bills. They chart no new territory or offer creative responses to the spiral of crime we are now facing and which seems to keep getting worse. Madam Speaker, I have been stunned. The people of Kalani have been stunned. And Bahamians everywhere have been stunned by the government's abject and miserable failure to keep our communities safe. Last month was one of the most violent months in our country's history. This is not just my opinion. Deputy Commissioner of Police Clayton Fernandez said so in a briefing with the media on April the 7th. There were 22 murders in March, the police reported. There were also numerous shootings that left survivors with lifelong injuries, and the problem was mostly in New Providence. Some communities on this island are like conflict zones, and many residents are afraid to move around. 7 months into their term, and the administration of the member of Cat Island is overseeing a spectacular failure to keep Bahamians safe. While the Prime Minister was all over the place traveling with large delegations on very expensive trips in the early months of his term, things fell apart in our crime response. The man Bahamians entrusted with power to lead them and keep them safe has thus far failed in his most fundamental duty to our people. We, the people, could see things getting out of control. There were so many reports on crime and violence. And then, all hell broke loose. Sadly, the Prime Minister is often out of town, and perhaps He could not grasp or see what was happening on the ground because he's often traveling. He and his government seemed to have been caught off guard. It took the number of killings to reach record levels before the leader of the government intervened, bringing together stakeholders and trying to cobble together some type of response. The Prime Minister's failure to lead has helped to make a bad situation considerably worse. But this is not surprising. The government appears to have no comprehensive crime plan, no inflation plan, no plan for food crisis, no plan to deal with gas and energy costs. And these bills are only administrative adjustments. There are no new plans here. Madam Speaker, in normal times, it is fine to come to Parliament and make amendments. I repeat, in normal times, it is fine to come to Parliament and make amendments and administrative changes to laws as we are doing here today. The problem is, this government is making small changes at a time when the country needs a big and comprehensive crime plan. The lawlessness and killings, primarily in New Providence, are unacceptable. We need the government that said it had the answers to deliver now. What are they doing to get the guns off the streets? What are they doing to stop the young men and women, the young men, from shooting each other? What are they doing to break up the gangs? And what are they doing to make trials occur sooner? What are they doing to make our neighborhoods safer? And Madam Speaker, if you just listen to the noise on the streets, it would appear that the elements of crime are now moving from the inner city to the outer flanks, the east and the west. And one must be very cognizant of this. The Bayman people, especially the residents of New Providence, just don't want PR and spin. The people just want the Prime Minister's office, don't just want the Prime Minister's office to send out pictures pretending like something meaningful is being done. They want a plan that works. What is so sad in this New Day administration is this New Day administration is good at appointing PLPs to boards quickly. It is good at ensuring its supporters gets contracts quickly. We now have all kinds of ambassadors for all kinds of things. And the New Day government is very, very good at spending taxpayers' money, taking all kinds of people on trips all over the world. What this government is poor at is having a plan to make the lives of Bahamians better. When it comes to crime management, in the first 7 months of their term, they have earned an F grade. Sadly, Madam Speaker, it does not surprise Bahamians that the governing side has no clear and comprehensive crime policy. The other major issues facing Bahamians is the out-of-control cost of living increase, which could make the crime situation even worse. And just like with crime, the government has no plan to deal with inflation. In fact, the government has made inflation worse by adding new taxes to breadbasket foods and medicines. And Madam Speaker, individuals must now make choices because of the increase of medication, the increase of breadbasket items. They must, and compounded with the inflation, they must make choices as to whether they are to purchase medication to make them feel better or food which is natural for survival. This is a dangerous decision as it places great stress and strain on our already compromised healthcare system. The poor and working class are struggling just to get by. The World Bank stated in a blog on Monday, which read in part, and Madam Speaker, I will table that document afterward, and I quote, "A final but important concern is inequality. Inflation tends to hit the poor hardest, while better off families have more instruments at their disposal to avoid the worst impacts. That's why inflation is likely to aggravate inequality." It further went on, by some measures, Latin America and the Caribbean are already the most unequal regions in the world. Unfortunately, the rising prices we observe today might accentuate this situation, adding fuel to ongoing social tensions. Inflation and rising food costs can make our social situation and crime worse. I'm going to table it. Even as most governments in the world are trying to tackle high food costs, this uncaring government added 10% to breadbasket items.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Just on a point of order, the member for Kalani is citing at length.
I said.
Yes, you can table it, but we'd like to know what you are referring to. We're entitled to know what you are quoting, where you're quoting from. If you could inform the House what you're quoting from, and then you can lay it.
It's a World Bank. But in the interest of time.
World Bank report. Okay. All right. No, but we must know what you're quoting from. You can't just quote.
This is making inflation and costs worse and higher for poor Bahamians and all Bahamians, including middle-class Bahamians. VAT on breadbasket items, Madam Speaker, could add fuel to our problems and make our social tensions worse. This could cause greater inequality. We have a crime crisis, now connected to a growing food crisis. The slow action on the crime crisis and making the inflation and food crisis worse is a recipe for disaster. It is a disaster for which this government and this prime minister are responsible. The government also has no meaningful plan to deal with skyrocketing gas prices. Working people are having great difficulty filling their vehicles to get to work or to take their children to school. And this government does not even have the heart to lower the gas taxes to help the poor. This government also does not have the heart to remove its cruel new tax on breadbasket items and medicines. Bahamians are battling the crime crisis and inflation crisis at the same time. And they have a government that is unwilling and unable to help them in more meaningful ways with either one. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is the leader of this government. He is the person primarily responsible for leading the crime fight. He has the authority, you know I'm coming, to coordinate the various branches of the state. Whether we are being successful or failing depends on his leadership. And currently, we are failing, and failing miserably. The honorable member for Freetown is the Prime Minister's key person in crime fight. Unfortunately, he seems to be acting more like a criminal defense lawyer than as the Minister of National Security. He says whatever he wants, whenever he wants, instead of acting with greater collective responsibility. And during this growing crime crisis, the member for Freetown recently offended the entire country, including many women, with his ridiculous and insensitive remarks on the sentencing of a sex offender. In recent months, There were numerous stories in the media about crimes committed against women and girls. These were sickening crimes. Bahamians are rightly outraged. Yet the member for Freetown found it necessary to say several weeks ago that he thought the sentence given to a 40-year-old man was too severe for having sex with a girl who was just 14, Madam Speaker. I would not even get into. Women's groups condemned his remarks. The opposition condemned his remarks. The leader of the opposition spoke out about it. The right-thinking Bahamians condemned what the Minister of National Security said. And there were calls for his resignation. Now, Madam Speaker, I do not like criminals. I think anyone who fools around with underage girls should be arrested, should be prosecuted, and given a long, long sentence. The comments by the member for Freetown were unbecoming of a member of cabinet, and even more unbecoming of the member of Minister for National Security. They caused great offenses. The Prime Minister should have fired the member from his cabinet. Instead, the Prime Minister defended him. In a story in the Tribune on Friday, April 8th, and I will table it, 2020, titled, quote, Prime Minister, no need for Monroe to resign.
Honourable member, you're quoting from the newspaper. Are you adopting it?
Yes, I'm tabling it, Madam Speaker.
Okay. You could table it. Are you adopting it?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member.
As for calls for Mr. Monroe's resignation, the Prime Minister said he didn't believe the situation warranted such a response. He said he has already expressed his regrets in my conversations with him, and if you hear what he has to say, it appears to be more about his personal view, and he has to come to learn as a young politician, that when he holds the post, as he does, his personal views may best be kept to himself. End quote. Those are the words of our Prime Minister. What kind of slack government is this? What kind of message does this send to the country? What kind of message does this send to the women and girls of our society? At a time of high-profile crimes against women and girls, at a time of high crime rates, we have a Prime Minister defending a Minister of National Security who wants to be softer on criminals. We are here debating, Madam Speaker, crime bills. We are legislators trying to find ways to make our justice system better. Yet, the Prime Minister is protecting a minister who wants to go easier on criminals. Prime Minister must do better than this. The Minister of National Security has lost the confidence of the Bahamian people. And Madam Speaker, he needs to go. The Prime Minister needs to find a new. And I look at the members' face, some are trying to pull their mask to hide it, but they agree. The mask is hiding it, I understand. The Prime Minister needs to find a new National Security Minister to lead the crime fight. At the time of his appointment, many Bahamians were disturbed and shocked that the Prime Minister would recommend the member for Freetown as the Minister for National Security. I was pulling for you. Given his outlandish comments and how he has comported himself. The Prime Minister made the wrong judgment on his choice of Minister of National Security. But who am I to tell the Prime Minister what to do? I was pulling for you too. The minister's conduct reflects fully now on the Prime Minister, who recommended the appointment and who continues to support the member for Freetown in this critical position. Bahamians have no confidence in the Minister of National Security, in leading the crime fight and in protecting vulnerable people. Madam Speaker, I close with some questions for the government. Has Mr. Rodney Munker been hired as consultant on crime? You don't know yet. You're hearing it for the first time. If he has been hired, which ministry has he been hired to work for? You don't know yet either. Did the Minister of National Security want this appointment? I know you had hell with that. What is Mr. Munker's role and his list of responsibilities and duties? The Bahamian public want to know. What are his expertise? How much is he being paid? And is he receiving other benefits? Is it $60,000 a year? Or is it $65,000 a year? And I don't ask questions, I don't know. Is he getting housing allowance? Has he been given a car and receiving gas? Is he physically working out of a particular office? Does he have an office in the Ministry of National Security? Madam Speaker, we are in a major crime crisis. We need much more than small amendments. We need a comprehensive crime plan and a plan to address the cost of living and access to food. We may need a new food program to help the most vulnerable in our society. Sadly, so far, the PLP has given us public relations, a conclave, an attack by the Prime Minister on NGOs and Good Samaritans who helped provide food during the worst days of COVID. The hiring of God knows how many people of all kinds of for all kinds of contracts, and talk and more promises. But there seems to be no comprehensive plans by this out-of-touch, uncaring government to make us safer and to address the economic and food crisis we are in. Bahamians deserve and demand much better. Madam Speaker, the government should lead by example. The government should follow the law. How is it, Madam Speaker, that so many homes, and I agree, we need homes for people, I do not object. I do not object for building, ensuring that people have accommodations and homes. But how is it that homes could have been constructed, some up to roof levels, in the south? You don't know yet, you're hearing this for the first time. Pinecrest area, but yet there was no approval from town planning. Does the law not require approval? Houses have been constructed. Is that the new norm? We build without approval? Or we build and then approve later? Now, Madam Speaker, no approval. Approval has since been submitted, but I won't go into any detail at this particular point in time. I will elaborate at a later time. My sister lives in the area, so I spend a lot of time in the area. I would have hoped that housing would have asked people in that community about the property, the given properties. It's a flood zone. I spend a lot of time there. It's a flood zone. Heavy rains, and I passed there during the last rain, and the waters were already settling between the houses. But Madam Speaker, If you pass there, and I made an inspection. I made sure no one was around. I made sure no one was around. I made sure I put on my mask. And I made sure I put on my hat. And Madam Speaker, the houses, the blocks were laid like bow. But when you put the roughing on it, you camouflage the bow. There were no columns. Blocks were interconnected, no columns. No. There were no bell course. No, there were no bell course. This is an engineer. There's a particular word. There's a particular word they use for it. But there were no bell course. Madam Speaker, it's a setup for disaster. Flood and hurricane, those homes are problematic. I would urge, belt beam, that's the word I was looking for. There were no belt beam. I would urge the minister, there were plans drawn up for that entire area by one of our former prime ministers under the F&M government. I would ask them to review such plans so that they would have a better idea of what was planned for the area and some of the problems that may have been encountered, and to seek again what was the opinion of the architect at that particular time. But Madam Speaker, they're falling in the same trap as they did when they did the Carmichael subdivision. Carmichael subdivision, Madam Speaker, was built in flood zone again. Below sea level, at least 3-4 foot below sea level. 4 homes were already constructed. And when we came, we had to fill the entire area up to bring it to street level. Go and view the area. The 4 homes that were constructed in 2015 by the former government have to be demolished because they were in flood zone. They are no good. 4 homes. And I can tell you who built it and everything, but we'll get to that at a later date. Pine Crest, I have no objection, but at least we have to set an example. We cannot build homes without approval. Town planning has a system. And we cannot build homes without having the necessary infrastructure, knowing that the area is flood. Let's do it right. Let's do it right and put in the necessary drains so as to deal with it so that people stand a better chance. Let's do bell course. Let's do the columns so that the homes can withstand hurricane. Don't put them in. You know, I was reading the other day, what is it? The 3 little pigs where the fox came out, blow your house away. Not let's go back. Don't go back to the 3 little pigs. It's 3 little pigs, eh?
Make it to go.
Madam Speaker, but I would speak to these matters at great length. But I support the amendments. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. And you look so radiant up there today. May God continue to bless you. Madam Speaker, have a great and blessed day.
Another half hour like that. But remember, you said you were tabling 1 or 2 things.
What's the day's date? My birthday is Friday, so what's the day's date? What's the day's date? Huh? After I throw back, I do it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the documents do lie on the table. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Engliston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the incredible people of Engliston who are so resilient, intelligent, perceptive, and have been extremely loyal to me as their political representative. And I pray to God that I have been equally loyal to them, or as close as I can, or as best as I can, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if I could have a look at the IMF blog that the member referred to while I'm here. But I wanted to just begin by disabusing the member for Kalani who made a quick departure. Thank you. Someone say throw rock and go on. Where he suggests that the legislation before us today is minimal, insignificant, narrow, and etc. He probably was not here when his own member from St. Anne's was speaking about the importance of this legislation as it relates to protection of witnesses and the enhancement of a safer environment within the criminal justice scenario, which involves the issue of how evidence is given and the where the jurors list is now to be published. The other aspect is the Magistrate Courts Act. I mean, the member, he is from Baintown originally, and he must know that the Magistrate Court, by and large, deals with the bulk of small claims in this country, very largely people without huge resources to hire high-powered lawyers in the Supreme Court, and they litigate their disputes in the Magistrates Court. And so where you increase the jurisdiction of that court so that where they're able to litigate larger claims that they're affected by, especially in this so inflationary period, using the language of the member for Kalani, and I'll come back to inflation, the ability for people of limited means to go to court and to get resolutions to their disputes, to their claims, has to be something of importance in this nation. And so I'm a bit disappointed that the member for Kalani, who did come from Baintown and told us that he grew up sewing pants and selling newspapers, to have an appreciation that our judicial system, the legal system, should be accessible to all Bahamians. Yes. And where the Magistrates Court now, you are able to go there and represent yourself, by and large, which are not many people do. Many people represent themselves in the Magistrate Court. They are now able to litigate greater claims that encounter, and do not have to sacrifice that, as we've heard earlier, those claims to meet this limit that has really been outdated and outmoded for quite a while. And so the legislation, I don't think it should be minimized by the member. It is of critical importance and will impact the way in which legal matters are addressed in this country, particularly at the Magistrate Court level. The member, quite surprisingly, went to a larger issue, which is the issue of crime in this country. And I found that really surprising, because the member was just the Prime Minister, no less, 7 months ago. And he would have known that, and I just happened to come across an article in June of 2021, shortly before the general elections, where the minister, and I will lay this, Madam Speaker, this is from the Nassau Guardian on the 20th of June 9th, 2021. And where the report quotes the then Minister of National Security, Minister Dames, as saying that homicides, which is murder, was up by 52% compared to the same period the last year, the previous year. So under the Prime Minister's watch, murders were on the increase. In fact, I recall, the pandemic. Well, hold on now. It's the pandemic now? Hold on, Madam Speaker. We were locked down, had a curfew, and we were still seeing an increase in murders, and the member is indicating that it was the pandemic. Well, we're still in the pandemic then. So if you think it was a pandemic then when we had a curfew, what do you think now? Your argument, see, the point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is this. The Bahamian people are tired of this disingenuous dialogue that we keep hearing in this parliament. The member for Kalani was the prime minister. Under his watch, there was an escalation in murders in this nation. Escalation. And the point is, and this is the point I wish to make, the Bahamian people are no longer interested in when you was there and when I was there. They're not interested in that because and I was just looking at an IDB report. The one thing the IDB report shows, Madam Speaker, is that in this nation, we have had for a sustained period, not when Philip Davis, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador was prime minister for 7 months, and not even necessarily when the member for Kalani was prime minister for 4.5 years. We have seen a sustained level of violence in the Bahamas. That's the reality. We are distinguishing ourselves in this. So when the politician jumps on that horse now, okay, to ride it, as we saw just now from the member of Kalani, which was ridiculous, no disrespect, the Bahamian people don't buy into it. Because you know why, Madam Speaker? Too many mothers have lost sons. Too many. The IDB report points out that the overwhelming majority of victims are men, young men, between certain age groups. The lower age group, and then not far behind is the upper age group into about 35. So this is not the time, as we just saw at Kalani, to leverage this political dialogue on crime. It's having too great an effect. I was at a funeral on Saturday. The young man was killed a few weeks ago. And he left behind 5 children, one of whom is 1 year old. So we are now seeing more and more young men dying, leaving children, our nation's children, who are growing up without fathers. So, I don't need to hear about, oh, while you were here, and I'm not, and I don't want to be a mockery, but it irks me. You were just prime minister 5 minutes ago when you had a serious dilemma under your watch when we was under curfew. We were under a curfew, and you were saying huge levels of murder. To come in here now and run some dialogue about crime and the fact that these bills are limiting and what are you doing, etc. We don't need to hear that, Madam Speaker. The member is being disingenuous, and he ought not to be disingenuous because he should understand what we are dealing with. The other point, and I say that, and the member for the Minister for National Security is here, and he will speak to the issues. But these issues are, they're underlying, they're widespread, they're fundamental, and they require assaults on all fronts, including in our schools in education. And I think we got to move away from the cheap purchase of some, what we think, political mileage, even at the high price of gas, to come in this parliament and to do that, because it has taken too high a toll on the Bahamian people. The pain is too great, the heartache is too immense, and the suffering is too widespread to come in here and to do what he just did. And so we have to begin by accepting where we are, that it is a political issue to the extent that we must find solutions. I accept that. But it's not a political issue in the manner in which the members sought to capitalize on that. But we have a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker. And in education, we see it. We see it. And this is not new. This didn't happen because I reach here. These are long-standing issues that we as a people have to, first of all, have the honesty to see it and to speak to it and to find solutions.
Yes.
That is what the Bahamian people want to hear. Things are too dire for tacky conversations. They're too dire. And the price being paid is too high. And Madam Speaker, our children, our nation's children deserve a future that is hopeful. It's hopeful. We can't, the politicians in here, are all around playing this dolly house, as we say, when a high price is being paid in this nation. And so we must find fundamental solutions, and we commit ourselves as a government to do that. The other issue the member raised was, and I don't want to get too bogged down, but it's just an example of the disingenuous nature of the member of Kalani's debate. And he spoke about travel. And we remember that when he was in opposition, he made a big thing about travel. And then he became prime minister and he traveled all over and carried huge delegations. I think he went to the United Kingdom, and I believe it was close to 100 people, or 80. It was a huge number that accompanied the minister, the prime minister, to London in his early, I think it was Chogam. Carried a huge delegation, huge. Go look it up. Never disclosed. And the member actually told the Bahamian people that he was going to put on the table the details of this travel, of all travel, for all ministers. And we never saw it. We kept asking about it, you never saw it, never came. So he doesn't need to, if this prime minister travels as prime ministers do globally, what is that former prime minister's difficulty with it? When he did it in excess and never accounted as he said he would. It's disingenuous, and it's trying to press buttons with the Bahamian people to create responses, and it's really dumbing down the conversation in this country, Madam Speaker. And I don't want to spend too much time answering the member, but I don't want to leave on the record. He spoke about the Ministry of Housing. And I just want to say the minister is not here, as you know, Madam Speaker. And when she comes, she will answer that member about the assertions that he made when he said he went on the property and did his own inspections. It would have been useful if he carried someone a little more trained in that field, qualified, because I think he's a medical doctor, gynecologist, but, if he went on there and I think he should have carried someone and before he reported that to this parliament. I will not repeat that. The other point is, Madam Speaker, the issue raised about the report, I think I have it here, I was trying to look at it quickly, that the member referred to. And this is inflation, a rising threat to the poor and vulnerable in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the member speaks, I think this report does not speak specifically to the Bahamas. It speaks in a global way to the region. But one of the things I think the member indicated is that the report refers to inequality or inequity. And certainly this has to be a very critical component in dysfunction in any social reality. But the member for Kalani is not qualified to speak about that because many of his policies deepened inequity in this country. Many of them. For example, the special advantages that were given in the economy to the wealthiest in this nation. That helped to deepen inequity in this nation. The member sought to give away the cultural assets of this nation, the forts, etc., to a handful of individuals without any disclosure to the Bahamian people that belongs to all of us. That deepens inequity. And so the member really, you know, the other thing I remembered, the government buildings. The member was planning on giving jurisprudence, a jurisdiction of our government buildings, all of the government buildings in the nation, to a particular company, the well-known name. We keep hearing that, we heard a lot under the prior administration, very wealthy family. All of the government buildings. These kinds of things deepen inequity. The buildings belong to the Bahamian people. No transparency on what is happening with our assets. These things deepen inequity. And so, you know, it's not just about a food program. The food program is very important because, or any allowing access to food for people who require it is very, very important. But that is not the full picture. And he sought to put in the balance that issue with a deeper, more fundamental issue of inequity in this country. And it's the same type of tacky argument, no disrespect, on these very, very important issues. The member also spoke about the fact that putting VAT on breadbasket items increased inflation in this country. The member should know, and because I said it a lot of times when I was sitting over there, and he did it, the rate of VAT was increased across the board, including breadbasket items, under that Prime Minister's watch. And at that point, the central bank reports clearly showed that that led to the highest cost of living in the history of this nation. It was only after the next cycle, where there was a lot of political jockeying, because it had been promised that it came off certain food items. And in fact, it was promised that it would come off other items like fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, but we never saw that. It was, the bread basket items are a limited group of foods, but it was promised to have a broader, for enhancement of health, and it never happened. So the member cannot, and the price of, and the inflation never went down, not even when that happened. And so the members should not speak about inflation and VAT and cost of food, because we have been in a cycle for quite a while now. And so he really has no credibility to speak to that. What he should have said is that the VAT has been decreased across the board on all food items. That is what the accomplishment of this administration is, that we were able to roll back the hefty burden put on the Bahamian people by the Minister administration. So, just in a nutshell now, I want to say that we think that the legislation has value, that it will impact components of our legal system. We understand that there is a larger issue of crime, and it is something that we inherited in this administration from the last one. And we will seek to find fundamental solutions to address it. And the solutions are broad-based, and they're multifaceted. They're not one-dimensional. It's not just the police. The Minister of National Security, in fact, the IDB report I read talked about this focus on suppressive policies, police, as opposed to preventive policies. And so we have to see how we can shift the paradigm in this nation. The one thing about the Bahamian people, most of us are related, you know. We're most related. I see the member from Marco City is a Ragged Island. I met a man in my constituency. They told me he's a half Lockhart and a half Monroe. So that's your peoples. But we're all related. That's the truth. In small communities, we're all related. And so the question is, and if we're not related, we live in close proximity to each other. We're one people. So why is it that we cannot get to a place of harmony, not perfection, coexistence that's healthy and nonviolent? That's very important. One of the things the IDB report indicates is that violence against women in this country. And that goes deep. That goes deep. That's a cultural issue. That's a cultural issue. And the question is, how do we address something so deep-rooted in us, in the psyche of our people culturally, where we have this predominance that is highest in the region and one of the highest in the world? Listen, the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is we have to begin to look honestly at ourselves and who we are. And from there, we gotta create a pathway, an avenue, a highway for our people to find a better way of life, a higher quality of life, a better existence. It's not about tinkering. It ain't about patching. It ain't about getting a little political point. It's about when most of us in here are gone, and we can be gone. That's just the way the cycle works. What are we gonna leave for our children? What are they gonna have? What are they going to have? I have 2 little grandsons. What are they going to have? What kind of country will we leave for those children? That's what I'm concerned about. Yes. That's what I'm concerned about. And truthfully, you know, those who came before us did their part. It's up to us to do our part. And you know, the truth is, you know, the Bahamian people are not, they are so perceptive now. I mean, they've always been perceptive, but they're really, really, really perceptive because they've been disappointed so often by politicians. They're very perceptive. So the little games and the little, you know, little tricks and the little narratives, they ain't working. They're not working. Things are too tough and the life is too real. The Bahamian people are looking for a better life. I get messages from particularly young women and men. And you know, I got one this morning. The young lady is so articulate, you know, making a compelling case for herself. And you know, she said to me, do you remember, she's saying this to me, do you remember before you got where you are, that burning thing inside of you? That's what she asked me. And there's something to think about because she's saying that's what she's feeling. That's what she's feeling. So that's our obligation. And in education, I can do my best, Madam Speaker. It's years of a system and it's a perpetuation. But the one thing I want is our children to come through our educational system tall, strong, head upright, and ready to take on the world. And that is what we should be concerned about in this Parliament, how we are preparing our children who are the next generation of leadership in this nation. That is what we are tasked with. But in the meantime, as we have disputes, civil disputes, we've now expanded the jurisdiction to allow for more people with limited means in terms of not being able to get a bunch of lawyers who are able to go and access the courts and litigate their actions and find a measure of justice in their matters. And then in the issue of criminal matters, we've now allowed for this legislation, and opposition supports it. We've now allowed for the ability to give evidence in environments that are non-threatening, and also to create efficiency, as the member for Freetown has indicated, particularly in an archipelago. And then the jurors list to be published publicly, but in a limited location. In the meantime, this is what we will do. But I think that what the Bahamian people are looking for, and I believe it's what the Davis administration strives to bring, is a new day. A new day. And we will do our best in the meantime, Madam Speaker, to be faithful and to work hard and to do all that we can to bring about the best possible outcome for the people of this nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into the presentation, I wanted to offer my condolences to the family of Mary Cooper, who is a veteran educator from Grand Bahama. I knew Mary Cooper for many, many years. She taught she was principal at St. George's High School during a time when my mother taught at St. George's, and they became very close friends, and which meant the family became very close friends. And she was known for being a disciplinarian. She was known for caring, loving, having personal relationships with her students. And she was also known for being very strict when it came to Christian principles. She was the wife of Father Cooper, an Anglican priest. And I also got to know Father Cooper because Father Cooper was the Anglican priest in High Rock at the time when I was campaigning. He has since ceased being the father at that particular district. I think he then moved to take care of his wife during her sickness. But our thoughts, our prayers with her. One thing that stood out to me was I remember during, just before the campaign, she had given me a little crucifix to carry around. And she said, whenever I spoke, make sure that I had this crucifix with me, just as a reminder in terms of who you were representing and the faith that you were representing, which was a real powerful thing for me, Madam Speaker. But I'm sure the entire House would join with me in offering our most sincere condolences to the family, to Father Cooper, as well as to the children. Absolutely. Yes, very, 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 very good, good folks. Native Grand Bahamians, native Grand Bahamians. Madam Speaker, today's headline serves as a reminder of the inflation crisis hitting our nation. The IMF, in its World Economic Outlook, spent a considerable amount of attention on the increase of inflation and consumer prices. Prices for food and oil are going up all over the world, and the Bahamas has experienced the same. Madam Speaker, anyone who has been in the food store has seen and felt these effects. You know, I was amazed of the $7 eggs for a crate of eggs in one of the food stores in Grand Bahama, and you know, it only could have been a couple of pounds of, might have been this size, a little bigger than this size of ground beef for $8. The IMF projected that there is a 7.3% increase in inflation come 2022. That was in the IMF's country report, and it was reinforced in their World Outlook report. What is even more uncertain is how high it will go and when will it end. The IMF says that the forecast is uncertain and things could get significantly worse. And I quote their report, a portion of their report which I have with me, which I believe was tabled earlier. The report says, although a gradual resolution of supply-demand imbalances and a modest pickup in labor supply are expected in the baseline, easing price inflation eventually, uncertainty again surrounds the forecast. In essence, they could be saying that it can end next year or it can end the year after, but they're not sure. And they are specific by saying they are not sure. The forecast is uncertain. And then they go on to say conditions could significantly deteriorate, which is an eye-opening statement for the IMF to say about inflation. Madam Speaker, we must act now to mitigate the effects of inflation. The IMF in the World Economic Report recommends countries affected should act to buffer the effects of inflation. They also, and I quote their report by saying, they say in countries facing large price increases, targeted income support can be used to alleviate stress on household budgets. Madam Speaker, they are in essence saying government shouldn't be sitting back and just allowing inflation to come. But we should be putting in place mitigation efforts to help fight and buffer the effects of inflation. I go on to quote and say where it says, but as with the pandemic-induced transfers, this support should be designed to deliver maximum relief to the most vulnerable at a lower cost. For example, through means testing and gradual phase out above certain income thresholds. We should not be operating with a business as usual approach to revenue generation or to spending. The report also speaks to fiscal restraint in uncertain times. We again reiterate our call for the government to remove VAT off of bread basket items. It will have an immediate and a necessary effect on the cost of food. It would also, as our leader says, send the right signal to the public that we hear you. We understand that these are not ordinary times. We understand that there is a global inflation crisis. And we will not treat this as business as usual, but we will change our course and we will take VAT off bread basket items. I understand the reasoning behind putting it on. We understand that it makes things easier for the Ministry of Finance. We understand that it makes things easier for the companies. It streamlines the process. It makes things easier for businesses. We get that. But if you do it now, it will make things easier for the consumer. It will make things easier for the public. It will make things easier for those persons who have to go and buy the bread and buy the milk and the cheese and all of those other bread basket items. It will make it easier for them. And that should be one of our priorities. Another simple thing that we could do, put VAT back to 12% on millionaire properties. We made a very intentional decision to increase VAT, not increase VAT, sorry, but increase the stamp tax. Yes, we did that. Yes, we did that. Yes, we did that. Yes, fine, wonderful, we did that, yes. But what you did was to decrease VAT for millionaires at a time when we need that additional revenue, and when that additional revenue could be used to help the poor. That is what is needed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very simple process that could happen right now. Put it back to 12%. The additional 2%, put that in an account. That an account can go to social services. That social services then can increase the amount of assistance that the poor gets. Madam Speaker, another thing that we could do very simply, increase the amount for the school lunch program assistance. The school lunch program assistance, I'm not sure when it got its last increase, but I know for certain that whatever it is that we pay them, they will not be able to supply the same amount of food with that same amount of money. There's no possible chance they can be able to do that. Not with the increase in inflation and the increase in prices. So we have to look at increasing the amount that we pay those persons for school lunch for, and I asked the minister to inquire into this. I'm not sure, but this is what I heard. That there are certain schools, and this isn't government school, I said it's not government school. There are certain schools who are reducing the size of their plates to give to students. So they're not reducing the cost or so on. You're still paying the same amount for the plate, but they're reducing the size of the plate. So they're giving you less. Again, to mitigate their effects for the amount that they have to pay for inflation.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Ingleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not really because it's not a government school of reducing the size of the plate. But on the issue of VAT, you indicated that when we decreased VAT, that millionaires got advantages from that process. The nature of VAT is such that it's an across-the-board tax. When you took VAT off breadbasket items, you helped millionaires too. You helped big business, big business in this country. It's the nature of VAT. So I don't want us to misrepresent the argument, because I understand the political tone of it. But the truth is VAT. When you reduce it, it's across the board. And when you increase it, it's across the board. Okay, so just you gave advantage to big business on the breadbasket items.
Except that no ordinary Bahamian is going to benefit or be affected by that $2 million range, because that only affected the millionaires. And in fact, what was stated in the Fiscal Strategy Council report was that when they looked at that, they said it was equitable because it allowed for those who were millionaires to pay more.
That's the nature of VAT. It is representing VAT. It's the nature of VAT.
Madam Speaker, another thing that could be done is we needed to increase the amount of assistance for electricity. We needed to also increase the amount of persons that are eligible for electricity assistance. And I again reiterate the call for us to do those effects. Madam Speaker, crime in our country is out of control. According to the Deputy Commissioner Clayton Fernando in a Guardian report, he's quoted as saying, and I will table it and I will adopt his statement. He's quoted as saying, March was one of the bloodiest months in the history of the Bahamas. Last month, March. We recorded 22 murders in 1 month. In my view, this is a crisis and calls for immediate and decisive action by all. For the head of the police to say that this month was one of the bloodiest months in the history of the Bahamas means that we all need to wake up and pay attention. It is not as simple as blaming the government. It's not as simple as blaming the police. It's not as simple as blaming parents or victims. We all have a role to play in providing positive solutions. As policymakers, the government has a very important role to play. Policymakers should be doing just that, making policy decisions that produce positive results. These policy decisions should come from the plan that we were all sold on. For example, we were told in the PLP plan that they will increase funding to immigration and increase funding to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. That's what's in their plan, on their website. However, this was not articulated in their fiscal strategy report, which states that they will decrease funding from the Defense Force and the Immigration Department come this July's budget. The PLP plan says they will increase investment in community policing units. Again, it's in their plan, it's on their website. My question is, has this been done? If not, why not? Shouldn't this also be a sense of urgency with respect to, given the fact that the head of the police says that this was one of the most bloodiest months in history? Is this not also inconsistent with what the government's fiscal strategy report says? Because again, the government's fiscal strategy report says that they will, this coming July, they will decrease funding to the police by $10 million. That's what's in their fiscal strategy. Madam Speaker, I just want to say a few words on the bills. The jury's amendment bill seeks to do a number of things which fundamentally change our system. One is to stop the jury's list from being published in the newspaper, but now it will only be published on the judiciary's website. This, I suspect, may have to do with the expense of paying the actual list to be published, because it will now be on the website, and if the newspapers want to publish it, they can go on the website, copy it, and publish it themselves. But even more fundamental to this is that the addresses of persons will no longer be published. And we hear the safety concerns, and I accept the safety concerns with respect to publishing someone's address. However, I am not sure the effect of this change, as these names and the date of birth comes from the voter's registration. If you publish the name and the date of birth, one can simply search the register for the address. So I accept taking it off, not a problem, but it doesn't prevent someone from just simply going to the voter's register and searching and getting the address from the voter's register. The publishing of the address also is fundamental to some legal systems, particularly in the US, where there appears to be a constitutional right to access the name and address of jurors. But this is not our system, not our legal system. It would be interesting to see, though, a test case on this point. If there is a challenge to a right to a fair trial because you have been denied or access, or you have not been able to have the jurors' address. It would just be interesting to see what that outcome would be. The amendment to the Criminal Procedure Code and the Evidence Bill speaks to adding video link evidence. The accused can attend his trial by video, but this requires his consent, and also witnesses can give evidence by way of video link. We could benefit from the UK experience, who has been doing this for some time. They've been doing this video link for a while now. I would suggest that we look at considerations in the UK Act, which were as follows. And this just adds to what is already in the bill. Section 51 of the UK Act sets out matters that the court must consider when deciding whether to authorize the use of live television link. One, the availability of the witness, whether the witness can attend the trial or not. The need for the witness to attend in person. The importance of the witness's evidence to the proceedings. The view of the witness, that was included in our bill, the view of the witness. The suitability of facilities at the place where the witness would give evidence through a video link, and whether a direction might tend to inhibit any party to the proceedings from effectively testing the witness's evidence. As an attorney, I am sure that if you are cross-examining someone, it is a different effect to cross-examine someone directly than cross-examining them by way of video link. So I'm sure that there are going to be occasions where the persons would not want and would seek to have an in-person confrontation with respect to the video link. One question also that was always raised with respect to video link was if the attorney is in a different location from the accused, there should also be facilities that the attorney and the accused could be able to communicate privately to ensure that you will always have that valid communication between your attorney and the accused. It seems to me that these are valid considerations that could genuinely be included in our bill. Let's also now discuss the Magistrates Court Amendment Bill. This provides for substantial changes in the threshold and fees to be paid. It increases the threshold from $5,000 to $20,000. While on the face of it, this amendment will provide access to a more convenient place of justice. And we've heard the reasoning made, and which I agree with. In speaking to some of the persons who work at the Magistrate Court, and also just looking at my 20 plus years of experience working in the Magistrate Court, Supreme Court, and so on, I offer these views. Yes, it will provide more people access to an easier way of getting justice. The member for Fox Hill said this morning that there are occasions where if you have someone who is seeking a $8,000 judgment, that you would have a hard conversation with that person to say it may be better for you to go to the Magistrate Court and take your $5,000 than to have to fight through the Supreme Court and pay additional legal fees and pay additional time and so on to do so. I've had that conversation with clients on many occasions. But first, we will be immediately increasing the workload of cases to the Magistrate Court, which is already challenged. The fear is that the good intentions, which we accept, the good intentions, the fear is that the good intentions may backfire if the necessary challenges are not fixed. There are challenges with respect to the Magistrates Court. If we do not work to correct the problems, you will only be adding gasoline to an already lit fire. Because all you will be doing is adding a heavier workload to an already challenged system. So we have to look at the challenges and ensure that if we allow greater access to that system, that we must correct those challenges in the system first, or at the same time, to ensure that we don't backfire. For example, I'm advised that there's only one bailiff for all the magistrates' court in Grand Bahama. 4 magistrates' court operate in Grand Bahama. And there's only one bailiff that operates to all 4 of those courts. Imagine now you change the jurisdiction from 5 to 20,000. Imagine the flood of additional cases that will now be coming to the magistrates' court. And you still only have one bailiff to manage that system. That is one example of adding gasoline to an already lit fire. The bailiffs, they all serve the summonses. They all serve the summonses for witnesses. They all execute writs of execution. And in the writs of execution, you had a limit of 5,000. Now you have a limit of 20,000, which makes their job that much more challenging, because now you have a greater amount that you are collecting and have to deal with. So we need more than one bailiff, or we need one bailiff for each court, each magistrate court in Freeport. I'm also advised, Madam Speaker, that the court staff is another challenge. Magistrates will require trained court clerks who can manage their civil calendars. Right now, the secretary has to do all that the secretary does and also manage the civil calendar for magistrates. I would commend the Chief Justice, who has championed the digital transformation and the digital payment platform in all the courts. I worked along with him while at the Ministry of Finance, and he is relentless in terms of wanting to change the culture at the courts and wanting to increase the digital transformation of the courts. I commend him for it. We worked with him to bring in DigiPay, which was the Ministry of Finance digital payment platform. However, I was just advised that we need equipment in Grand Bahama. So while the system is in place in Nassau, the equipment for the DigiPay is not in place in Grand Bahama. So we need the equipment for the DigiPay. Here is the importance of that. You can only pay in cash in the magistrate's court in Grand Bahama. So if someone wants to pay child support, pay a judgment, they have to go to the bank, get the cash, and bring it back to the court. With the limit now being increased to 20,000, we must make sure that we have the facilities in place to be able to accept those type of amounts. If you have a judgment of $15,000, and you can only pay that in cash, that's a huge challenge. That is a huge challenge. Because nowadays, going to the bank to collect any, or to withdraw any kind of cash in that amount, you getting looked at suspect. So for the courts, we must ensure that we have the ability to receive, the magistrate court, we must ensure that we have the ability to receive those types of monies by way of a credit card, debit card. We should be to a point where it should be online, and you should be able to pay your judgment online, pay your child support online. You know, at this day and age, if I could pay my water bill and I could pay my power bill, I could pay my phone bill by a click of a button, we should be to the point where I shouldn't have to, as you know, a father, physically go into the court and pay, you know, $200 a week or a month or whatever it is for child support. I should be able to, by the click of a button, go ahead and pay that to them. So the point is, this is a positive step to increase the jurisdiction. But that positive step could very quickly turn into a disaster if we don't fix the challenges that are already existing in the Magistrates Court. So, Madam Speaker, these things are very, again, positive, but we must focus on the issues that, we must also focus on those issues that affect and that are at the center of persons' minds. The inflation crisis is at the center of persons' mind. Every time they go to the gas station, every time they go to the food store, that's at the center. And we must also focus on the crime crisis that is occurring in our country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Azmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to stand on behalf of Fort Charlotte. And before I begin, I just want to express my love and condolences to the family of Jerry Dean in the community of the Pit Road. I know that that community is grieving the loss of Jerry, who was ill for a period of time. And I just want to assure them that they are not alone in this period of grief. Also, in Seaton Street, Chippingham, we've lost Roger Smith, also known as Craig. And again, I want to express condolences to the Smith family and the extended family of Holy Spirit, Chippingham community. Madam Speaker, the reason why this debate is of national importance is because it deals with fundamental rights. It deals with fundamental rights. And we cannot simply deal with the bills in isolation. We have to begin with the Constitution. And I just wish, Madam Speaker, to refer members and by way of background to our country, the subject of these bills are contained in Article 20 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And that is why we say they are fundamental rights, because they are in the entrenched provision of the Constitution. For example, when we look at Article 20, Section 1, and we look at subsection D, first of all, it says, every person who is charged with a criminal offense, there's Section 2, and then we go to D, shall be permitted to defend himself before the court in person. That is what the Constitution says. that any person charged in the Bahamas before a court of law, it says here in D, shall be permitted to defend himself before the court in person or at his own expense by a legal representative of his own choice, or by a legal representative at the public expense where so provided by or under a law in force in the Bahamas. So any accused person has a fundamental right to defend him or herself in person. Then when we go to C, it says, shall be afforded facilities to examine in person or by his legal representative the witnesses called by the prosecution before the court, and to obtain the attendance and carry out the examination of witnesses to testify on his behalf before the court on the same conditions as those applying to witnesses called by the prosecution. Then when we go to G, Madam Speaker, it says, shall, when charged on information in the Supreme Court, have the right to trial by jury. In other words, to be tried by one's peers. And we call this the right to a jury trial. So we see, Madam Speaker, when we are dealing with these fundamental constitutional rights, it requires a very high threshold of compliance to secure these protections because they are entrenched in the Constitution. And then it goes on further and says, except with his own consent, the trial shall not take place in his absence unless he so conducts himself in the court as to render the continuance of the proceedings in his presence impractical. And the court has ordered him to be removed and the trial to proceed in his absence. So we see, Madam Speaker, the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, guarantees certain fundamental procedural rights of persons who find himself before the court. And the exception is very, very narrowly tailored. And it is in that context, Madam Speaker, that I contend that we must look at what is before us, because they are dealing with rights guaranteed by the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And when we look at the first bill, that is the Evidence Amendment bill, we see 2022. We see, first of all, as the honorable member for Freetown very succinctly outlined for us, is that we see in the definition that is from television to video, it says that what we are dealing with in this context, and I quote from the definition section, simultaneous visual and oral communication facilitated by the use of technology by the court. So what is being proposed and defined here is simultaneous visual and oral communication. In other words, as close as we could possibly get to being in person. Simultaneous, you can see, you can evaluate, you can judge the person on the other side, because it is also the judge that has to, not only the defendant and the defendant's attorney, it is also the judge who is the trier of in the magistrate court, you're talking about trier of fact and law that has to see this witness or the accused person by this simultaneous visual and oral medium facilitated by technology. So what is being done, Madam Speaker, is what the honorable member of East Grand Bahama stated was his mission when he was a minister. That is, how do we build this digital economy, but also the digital platform to facilitate the conduct of statecraft, the conduct of business within the context of the technological revolution that we are currently living through. And in the bill, it talks about applying this in the absence of the accused, for example. It says where the accused consent. We see a consistency with the Constitution. Also, where it is impractical to conduct an orderly trial in the presence of the accused, where the accused has so misconducted herself or himself, or where the court considers the totality of circumstances, including the facilities where the video link is located. And then we see, Madam Speaker, the bill has a deeming provision where there's consent, where there is the conduct of the person being rendering the presence impractical for, and then also where the judge exercises a judicial discretion that in the circumstances it is in the interest of justice. So we see, Madam Speaker, while we're dealing with fundamental rights, there's a very delicate balance between the respect of that right to be present, the right to cross-examine a witness, and where the judge is exercising, in the instance where discretion is exercised, and there's a process where one has to undergo, which is outlined in the schedule. Similarly, Madam Speaker, in the Criminal Procedural Code Amendment Bill, again, the same balancing between respecting the right of an accused person to be present, to have the right of cross-examination, but in these circumstances where we are using the video link, a certain threshold has to be satisfied. Consent, it is impractical because of the conduct of the accused, or that the judge, considering all of the circumstances, it is in the interest of justice, and therefore the presence is deemed to be there, even though in fact it is by way of video link. Madam Speaker, with respect to the jury's bill, we see again, and here, Madam Speaker, I think it is incumbent upon me to say that the judiciary has been in many ways more advanced than the executive and the legislature. I have to say that, because during the pandemic, the platform which was established by the Chief Justice enabled the courts to continue almost seamlessly in the middle of this extraordinary global crisis. And I also want to say that I was impressed upon assuming the office of Minister of Education. Minister of Works. Minister of Works. We have a very capable Minister of Education. And I went to Grand Bahama, and I visited the judicial complex in Grand Bahama. And I must say publicly that Mr. Quant did an extraordinary job in the renovation of the judicial complex. And I was impressed by the jury room and the facilities that the jurors have in the judicial complex in Freeport. Also, having it as Minister of Education, I've worked with the Honorable Chief Justice, and he is seeking to do the same thing here in the judicial complex in the Supreme Court in New Providence. So we see that it is not just with respect to the publication and how the publication of the jury list is going to be done. And that is a matter being debated now, whether it would be exclusively by way of online, or whether there will be any wisdom as a result of the debate for additional ways of circulation. But certainly, Madam Speaker, it is to increase efficiency, increase access without sacrificing the fundamental right, which is the right to be tried in certain offenses by one's peers, and how that is to be communicated to the public, and how one balances the interests of safety. And it was in 2011 when the law was changed. And I recall it being due to the fact that witnesses were being threatened, and in addition to witness protection being strengthened, also you had the remote examination and testimony by witnesses for the first time in the Bahamas. And we've become accustomed to that now in the court. And this bill simply continues that process of trying to secure witnesses, and in this instance, to secure jurors in the context. Now, Madam Speaker, the issue about crime is not a PLP or an FNM issue. This is a national issue that requires opposition, majority, the government side, but also, Madam Speaker, the civil society. And, you know, this issue is perennial. There's a National Commission on Crime, which was laid in this House in 1998, which was chaired by Sir Burton Hall, a former Chief Justice of the Bahamas and now a Justice of the International Tribunal on Yugoslavia, dealing with issues of human rights now. And I just want, with your leave, Madam Speaker, just to quote us. It says here on page 10, It says here, crime is always, has been, and always will be a fact of life in every society, although, of course, the levels vary as do the types of crimes. The public at large is especially concerned that they be kept safe from violent crimes against the person or the more serious property offenses. These are, quote unquote, crimes only in the narrowest sense of the term, and are but the most extreme examples of the many negative social activities which society has proscribed as crimes. Commissioners are satisfied that, to employ the East African equivalent of the iceberg analogy, these crimes which so disturb and alarm the public are no more than the heirs of the hippopotamus. We are convinced that Bahamian society is more threatened by a pervasive culture of dishonesty, greed, and a casual disregard for social norms and formal regulation than it is by crimes in the narrowest sense previously described. Measures cannot, over any long period, be successfully directed at, for example, armed robberies on the street while ignoring, say, stealing by customers from shops. The destructive social consequences of such selective attempts are, we think, self-evident. Policies of prevention and prosecution must meet all facets of the general problem of crime, and the goal must be that all reasonable steps are taken to minimize the incidence of all crimes and their effect on residents and visitors alike. So the point, this commission of distinguished persons who wrote this report for the government, and we see Pastor Keith Albury, Bishop Cephas Ferguson, Miss Jessica Minnis, Dr. Elliston Ramming, Sir Burton Hall was chairman, Dr. David Allen, Pastor Jonathan Carey, Reverend Simeon Hall, Miss Sharon Poitier, and Reverend Charles Sweeting. What they is, in essence, remind us that crime is multifaceted, and it requires all of us as members of Parliament in our community centers, the urban renewal, as the church, and of course the family. We all have a role to play in this, and simply trading. I mean, the honorable member from East Grand Bahama was just the Minister of State and Finance, who could have gotten court aides in the court in Grand Bahama. But that's not the point. We're not here to really trade, because it's so absurd, Madam Speaker. I mean, 7 months ago, if these were easy problems to be fixed, then it would have been fixed. It requires all of us really bringing our best selves to the public good for the peace, order, and good government of the Bahamas. And of course, we know that the issue of inflation. Of course, I mean, Madam Speaker, nobody on either side has really caused a war in Ukraine or is fighting a war in Ukraine. But we know it's having an effect on us.
Disingenuous, man.
You know, I mean, the global chain of supply is impacting all of us. And clearly, we ought to have paused when the Prime Minister, in 2 communications, telescoped to the country that we will not be doing the same old, but that we will be creating 2 new sectors We'll be expanding one, which is the digital sector, and FTX and other actors will be coming into this space and express that there is a commitment to improve and constantly innovate in the regulatory construct so that we maintain the competitive edge of the Bahamas. But, Madam Speaker, what the Prime Minister also communicated to us is that a sector that we have never even started to implement will be implemented, and that deals with carbon credits. In other words, a new opportunity, occasion.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I wouldn't belabor the point. I just say it's best not to go down that road when on the record in the Ministry of Environment, as well as Marine Resources, efforts were already afoot, articulated at COP25. You continued, and in my view, expanded it substantially in COP26.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for Marco City because he is correct. He is correct. Government is continuous. Yes. What we will be undertaking is for the first time in the history of our Commonwealth is we will be debating a regulatory framework for the trading of carbon credits. And work was indeed done, and we are continuing that work, and as you correctly said, expanding it so that we're not just dealing with what the IMF said, Madam Speaker, right? About, yes, we will do some of the measures that the IMF proposed, that is mitigation. We have continued the hedge. We will be doing other things. For example, the VAT is a kind of mitigation, notwithstanding the issue over bread basket items. But what we also will be doing, Madam Speaker, is increasing the pot. In other words, not just trying to see how we will divvy up what we know is a diminishing pot, because we have more and more competition in tourism. We need to establish more linkages with tourism and other sectors of our economy. But what we are doing, and this is what the Bahamian people expect of us, and we need all hands on deck to do it, is that we have to innovate. We have to expand. We have to become more nimble in this competitive global environment. And it all ties up to the issue of crime, because the more resources we have, the more opportunities we can create. Urban renewal will have more money in order to do more within our communities. We would be able to provide more support, as the IMF proposed, for vulnerable sectors. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, one thing I must say, and I say this without apology, no one has to introduce us to the poor. No one has to introduce us to the vulnerable, to the marginalized. We are the children of the poor. We are the children of the marginalized. And we have kept our links. We haven't ran from it. We have kept the links. So we know, Madam Speaker, the pain, and we know the pain, and it informs our work. All of us, it informs our work. Similarly, Madam Speaker, with the Magistrate Court Amendment Bill, again, we see the issue of accessibility because we're dealing with fundamental rights. And I look at legal remedy as a public good. All of us can claim it. In fact, even some of us sitting in this parliament, when push comes to shove, and we are aggrieved, Madam Speaker, who we gonna run to? Who we gonna run to? We running right to the courts. The courts, and when we violate the Constitution and somebody else is aggrieved, who will they run to? To the courts. And therefore, Madam Speaker, over 60% of the Bahamian people, when they come in contact with this public good, it's in the magistrate courts. It is the level of the judiciary that has the most frequent contact with the people of our country, and to ensure and access. But the member for East Grand Bahama is correct. As access is increased, there will be the demand and the need for more resources. And that is why what the Prime Minister did this morning is so critical, showing how we will expand this pie so that we can meet the increasing requirements of our people. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, how we will develop more responsibly in terms of keeping in line with the 1.5 degree centigrade, so that we mitigate the effects of global warming. So as we develop consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we see the expansion of the jurisdiction of the Magistrate Court in civil matters with respect to costs per diem as well as conduct money. Okay. Madam Speaker, I just have one final closing sentence. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in this balance between fundamental rights and the requirement of efficacy, accessibility, and more efficiency, that these bills achieves that balance and ensures that the public goods within the judiciary will be more available and also more efficient. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues. I stand here on the good graces of the Almighty God and by the support of the good constituents of Central Grand Bahama, who for the second consecutive term sent me here to represent their interest. Before going on, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I'd like to join in with other members, in particular member for East Grand Bahama, in bringing condolences to the family of the great Mary Cooper, who was indeed a trailblazer and one who will be sorely missed. And her death is coming right on the heel of another trailblazer in Grand Bahama, who we laid to rest last weekend, Mrs. Anita Doherty. So again, those two giants will certainly be missed in Grand Bahama. Both West End, the old Grand Bahama, so they certainly will be missed. And so my sincere condolences goes out to their families, their immediate families, and their families by extension. I sat here today in admiration as the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture gave his report, and it's amazing how in life some sow, others reap, but that is the way government exists. He was able to give a comprehensive report this morning about the Grifter team. And I also want to extend my congratulations to the athletes, the coaches, the fans, and the parents, who we often overlook, for a wonderful performance in Jamaica, as well as the four-peat in Barbados. And I will tell you, prior to September 16, I was looking forward to being on those trips. But so be it. So be it. And I also congratulate the B3As on winning the bid with the assistance of the Prime Minister, as reported, to host next year's Grifter Games during our golden anniversary celebration. We look forward to those games being held in Nassau, and I do believe that we have work to do as a federation. We have work to do as a country, because
Members,
that's my good cousin over there. There's no way next year, I believe we will stand by and allow Jamaica to come to the Bahamas and win 97 medals. That's not going to happen. So I believe next year we will be the most improved team, and we will not be telling our athletes to bring home the bacon. We will keep the bacon home, because the Grifter will be contested on our home turf. So I want to urge the federation, the coaches, and all of the athletes now to start digging deep. Don't wait until next year to prepare. The time is now to ensure that next year we put on a tremendous performance on our home turf. I also look forward to next year the staging of the Bahamas Games, something that we also left in the woodworks. And I'm happy to hear that the minister, is carrying on with those plans. And as the name indicates, the Bahamas Games, the plans that we put in place was to ensure that the games were held not only in New Providence, but in other islands of the Bahamas, ensure that we spread the love around, spread the money around, and give all of the athletes in the various family islands who cannot travel to New Providence for whatever reasons, to give them a chance also to showcase their talents. So we'll be watching closely as the now shadow minister of Youth, Sports and Culture to put the pressure on to make sure that those games are held in the Bahamas, not only in New Providence. As he was able to brag about the Grifter game, and like I said, I'm no longer the minister, I can't brag about that. So I need something else to brag about. So I will speak briefly about, not too long on the Compendium of Bills, because all of our members, as well as the other opposite side, we're pretty much in agreement. It's not a contentious bill. It's something those compendiums are certainly needed, and we are in full support. What I want to briefly mention is the fact that we're talking about inflation on a regular basis, and inflation is really affecting all of us nationwide. One of the things that was pushed during the last administration, and in particular by our now leader, and I see the member from Central and South Luther is continuing on with the initiative, food security. It is very important for us to be able to feed ourselves. Inflation is high because we also import inflation. Expensive foodstuff, expensive shipping, expensive handling, and we are, in effect, digging ourselves even deeper into hole. And there's a saying, when you're in a hole, stop digging. We need to take this matter extremely serious. Backyard farming was something that I pushed during the campaign trail in 2016, 2017, and it was something that we did not let rest. The former Minister of Agriculture assisted my constituency by allowing us, or assisting us with getting some 300 startup kits, backyard farming kits, where persons can grow their produce in their backyard. You don't have a backyard, go to the patio. There are various techniques now that you can use to grow your own food. I oftentimes tell the story of growing up in Waterkey. And I remember having a house in Waterkey and in Freeport, my father. We went to the food store only to buy what we didn't grow in our yard or what we didn't catch on the dock. Oh, you Western boy, you know how it is. We had farm produce for days. I remember the boats coming in, the boats coming, the Gregories coming from West End to Waterkey, picking up the vessel load of produce, including livestock, chicken, that we grew in our own yard. When I came to the College of the Bahamas in 1984, and I had this urge for some fish, and I went to the Port-of-Ski dock to buy fish and lemon. My tears came to my eyes. I wasn't used to that. I was used to going in the backyard and picking some lemon, picking some lime, going on the dock, catching my own fish, and providing a meal. Nowadays, we look forward to going to the food store. We look forward to going to the States and buying lemon that is grown in Andres or right in the Bahamas. The member talked about the expensive eggs in one of the food stores in Grand Bahama. Well, there was a flyer going on around last week where one lemon was $1.79. Lime. And the lime was as hard as this glass. No water. It felt like a golf ball. But we're paying for it. Why? Because we're not taking this matter serious enough. I want us to dig deep. I want us to look at what is going on around the world. I'm speaking to Central Grand Bahama. I'm speaking to Grand Bahama. I'm speaking to the Bahamas. This is a matter that we need to take seriously. And I'm very happy, like I said earlier, that a member for Saudi Lutheran, who is, like he said, bringing sexy back. And I told him I'm working on it every day because I want to be the poster child for the sexy farming initiatives. but we make light of it, but it's a very serious matter. And that is one way that we could reduce our action with respect to importing inflation. We're doing it. So again, let's zoom in on how we can make it better at home. An extension of the farmers market, an extension of the backyard farming in Central Grand Bahama was that we are now having, on a monthly basis, the farmers market in Grand Bahama. And the member from Foxhill, he's not here today, but he's often visited the farmers market that we have at the Royal Oasis in Grand Bahama. And that is, again, a means by which persons who have surplus of produce that they grow in their backyard can come to the farmers market at the Royal Oasis once every second Saturday in the month, and sell their produce and earn a living. We now open it up to artisans, to craftspersons. They're selling their craft work also, and they're earning a healthy living. This coming Saturday, of course, like I said earlier, I'll be very brief in my remarks. This coming Saturday is Earth Day, I believe. It's Earth Day. And as a part of that initiative, Earth Day, they're trying to reduce, the Prime Minister's talk about carbon emission. We're getting back to the green environment, where there's an initiative to plant trees. They're encouraging persons to get back to the soil. This Saturday, we'll be at the Royal Oasis Garden at 8 o'clock, cleaning up the garden, ensuring that our environment is pristine. We'll be planting trees at the garden. As I stated earlier, my last report, at the Central Grand Bahama Farm Nursery, we have some 72 healthy breadfruit trees. And we will be laying them out this Saturday. And right now, breadfruit trees, breadfruit is the desired crop around the world. The byproduct is just countless. So we are about to plant those seeds, those seedlings, this coming weekend. Additionally, in Central Grand Bahama, back at the Royal Oasis, those of us who remember back in the days of the Camelot Room, every Sunday there was a gospel concert. Sensational Seven, Sensational Nightingale, the Cooling Waters. So on those grounds, we are planning to do a post-Mother's Day concert. We're going to decorate the grounds, put up a stage, bring out the sound system, and invite the top gospel groups and soloists from around the island of Grand Bahama. So we're asking all on Sunday, not only in Grand Bahama, if you want to come to Grand Bahama from Nassau or elsewhere, to celebrate with us. This coming, I believe it's the 15th, the weekend after Mother's Day at the Camelot Room ground. So once again, as my colleague stated earlier, We are in full support of these bills. Crime is a national issue. Crime is not black or white. Crime is not. I know. The Holy Spirit. Someone said the Holy Spirit interrupted me. Yes, crime is not black or white, and Western say it's not red or yellow. There's no color in crime. Someone say the white collar crimes, but again, it's a national issue that we need to really pay attention to. It is now. I remember when I attended Tuskegee University. When I first went to Tuskegee University, along with the leader and others, the security officers on campus were walking around with firearms. And we were like, what the heck is going on? The security officers on campus have, this is in the 80s. We said in the Bahamas, our policemen don't even carry guns. They had the whistle. There's no knock on Cat Island now. And they had the baton. But that's it. By the time as we graduated and returned to the Bahamas in the 90s, it was just as bad. We need to get back to being our brother's keeper. We need to get back to being the way the Bahamians used to be, live in peace and harmony with each other. I hear about the courts on a regular basis, and as those of you who know me, I married into a family of lawyers. I hear about the court system on a regular basis. And I'm happy to see that these bills are now being put forward to make it easier, to make it better, for us to all come together now in this fight against crime. It is, again, something that we need to look at collectively because it affects all of us. And as stated earlier, along with my colleagues and side opposite, Central Grand Bahama fully supports the Compendium of Bills. And as I said, thank you, open it with thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say now thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Oh, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member from Marco City.
Sorry, I didn't need it. It's a new day. Mr. Deputy, I wish to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to be here today and to represent the people of Marco City and to express my gratitude for your ongoing confidence and consistent support. I would like to begin, Mr. Deputy, by extending condolences to a number of families who've lost loved ones over the last several weeks, and to let them know we continue to stand with you and to keep you in our prayers. We lost Sister Luella Sands, and we wish to extend sympathy to her family, the family of Leonard Scott, Chad Bonamy, of course, someone who toiled at the Ministry of Agriculture and made a substantial difference, Melanie Williams, Brother Errol Seymour, Desrika Durham, and Elizabeth Hunter. We say to all of the families that you are in our thoughts and prayers. And I join my colleagues on both sides in mourning the loss of veteran educator Mary Cooper. I had the good fortune of having spoken at probably every school on Grand Bahama, and at graduations I had on occasion an opportunity to talk with her. All of us have had interactions with this incredible Bahamian who is a nationalist at heart and poured the best of her into the lives of so many Bahamians, and we pray for Father Rudolph and the entire family on her passing. I also wish to extend condolences to former Minister and Member of Parliament, Boozy Roll, on the loss of Elva. And all of us were graced by her incredible voice and her stern disposition on air. And those of us who had the good fortune of meeting her in person, we benefited from her wit, but certainly her forthrightness. Mr. Deputy, today I join my colleagues on both sides in supporting the amendments to the Evidence Bill, the Magistrate Bill, Criminal Procedure Bill, and the Juries Bill. Let me begin by commending the person who sent the text to the member for Angliston. I detected today a shift in the presentation. It was, I thought, very sobering to hear echoes of what has been said by this member for quite some time in this place. Let me just finish. Listen, it was incredible. It was incredible to hear the statement that the situation is so dire in this country that we do not have time for the cheap political shots that are often taken in this place. And I agree. Yes, except we have the ability to dispense criticism of the other side without ever or very seldom accepting responsibility for what we or our team have not gotten right. And so the point that I'm making today is that much of what we face as we bring this compendium of bills that are designed to impact the administration of law and order, much of what we face has straddled multiple administrations. Yet you hear the narrow criticism oftentimes that side is duplicitous. It's a popular word now. That's a buzzword on the other side. When the truth of the matter is, where there has been duplicity, we have had the courage on this side to stand up and disassociate ourselves with it or to accept responsibility for what we did not get right. Unfortunately, we have not consistently experienced the same. So when one supports these bills, these amendments, we're saying in essence that we appreciate the fact that jurors are going to be protected more in the manner in which we release information relative to where they live. But what we are also saying is that while we think the jury's amendment is important, there are more fundamental issues related to juries that we thought an administration that is not tinkering around the edges would have also brought. That's the point. And so, do we believe there's a need to reduce the size of juries so that when we call for jury selection, that we would, in fact, be able to draw adequate jurors fairly consistently? Our colleagues talked about the need to improve the space where jurors congregate so that they are able to deliberate in a measure of decency and an appropriate environment. And the member for Fort Charlotte commented on the work done in Grand Bahama and expressed the desire to see that made universal in the Bahamas. So it is so to indicate that we embrace the amendment, but we are concerned that insufficient has been done in the area of that amendment is not duplicitous or disingenuous. It is just simply saying we're not tinkering around the edges, we're going long. The speech from the Troon made the point that what you will see is transformational governance. We recognize that in governance, some things are done incrementally. That's just a fact of life. Not everything is a revolution. However, there are decisions that can be made if an administration is focused that would be more substantial than what we are presently experiencing. What is interesting, and I'm sorry, just for a moment, let me put a footnote. 2 weeks ago, the Attorney General, in a moment of cheap political shots, in the Senate, don't be shy, speak loud, you're a growing man. No, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry.
People say,
that was priceless, Madam Speaker. that expression was priceless. Welcome back, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the Senate, I believe it was on the 6th of this month, a gross misrepresentation, a complete falsehood was uttered by the Attorney General, making the point that we sought to, in general, myself in particular, to flex, to ego trip in not permitting the Financial Transaction Reporting Act that he overheard, hearsay, an attorney engaging in hearsay, right? And what was amazing about it is that the member for West End and Bimini and myself had a sidebar. I wouldn't get into how I was accosted in the hall. That's not necessary. But I would say this, that we simply made the point that the bill we got, the proposed amendment, we got the day before, one version early in the day and one in the evening. We just wanted to take a look at it. We had a caucus. The caucus, in discussing the remaining bills, had arrived at a shared position. We did not on this particular one. And here's the additional point, that if in fact it was time sensitive, which is what I asked the member for West End and Bimini, meaning we were prepared in the afternoon to come and address it if it was time sensitive. We don't hold up government business. We don't play politics in that particular way. But if it was, there was the next day that Parliament could have been held. It was the following Monday that Parliament could have been held. Today, the bill could have been. So again, I'm only making the point that when we critique amendments, we applaud that they have come, because to whatever extent they move the administration of justice forward, it is welcome. But that should not rob us of the ability to say, in the midst of a crime wave, the amendments are good, but they are insufficient, and they do not respond to a number of the very serious issues we face right now. That's the only point. And so, Madam Speaker, the evidence bill, the ability for the accused or the complainant to share by way of video link is welcome. These are things that are past due, and we're happy to be a part of the process of making sure that we continue to move in the right direction. Madam Speaker, the improvements long sought in the Magistrate Court is only in a fairly minuscule way addressed in this particular amendment. And so while we support it, we say that there are other issues. We would love to have a proper clarification on whether or not, and I believe the member for Long Island began to go down that road, that we want to make sure that even the appearance of a member of the executive having influence over an island administrator who may sit for a brief time in the chair adjudicating matters, that we eliminate the appearance of that, or have a discussion about those kinds of issues. This is a reasonable request. And the member for Long Island or any other member must be able to make that point without being accused of somehow making an accusation against the judiciary. It is a fact in the country that people wonder about to what extent that justice could be perverted by the virtue of the power structures, how they are set up presently. The minister with responsibility for local government is also at one point, one of his hats permit him to have influence on an island administrator who sometimes serves as a magistrate of sorts. And so again, these are reasonable discussions for us to have in this place without it being a contentious issue between us. And so I'm saying the magistrate court has many issues. So what we expect is not merely the amendment that expands the range of issues that can now be adjudicated by a magistrate. And that's important. We believe that to the extent that members of the public do not have to expend upfront funds in order to examine or to find redress for matters that they face without having to go to the Supreme Court, we think that's a good move in the right direction. But there are a litany of other matters, Madam Speaker, that need to be addressed in the magistrate court. And what we're expecting from a new day government is to address in a broader sense rather than tinkering around the edges, because that's what's happening. The legislative agenda, we expect it to be robust. What happened? I mean, I sat and listened to numerous pronouncements about what was ahead for us in terms of transformative legislation. And again, we're 7 months in, and quite possibly it's going to come. But all we are saying is that we expect more. Madam Speaker, the amount of homicides in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is entirely too high. We are not unique in that regard. We do have a problem in the Caribbean and in the wider Latin America. That brings no comfort to a mother who is burying her son, or another who's taking scarce resources to go to the court to pay for yet another lawyer who has multiple cases to represent that one, as she often say, her one good child. The reality is, though, that many mothers who did not anticipate that they were giving birth to a murderer or a victim of murder, they are facing that reality today. What they're expecting of us, those of us, Madam Speaker, who they put on their shoulders, figuratively and in some cases literally, and delivered us to a place like this, to Parliament or to the Senate, they're expecting us to stand in the gap on their behalf and tackle some of the issues they have not been adequately able to tackle. And the truth is, successive administrations have not looked as if we are operating with a sense of urgency. And so when people complain about traveling, et cetera, you know what some of that is about? Because certainly I believe we ought to be plugged in to the global community, building meaningful relationships, delivering the goods on behalf of the Bahamian people. So that's the view that I have. But what they are concerned about is the sense that we lack a proper sense of what is priority. So when someone is negotiating at a cash register, as I see it consistently, having items on the end, on the silver part, and only a few items moving on the black part, they are negotiating these issues, but the reality is those that they hoisted on their shoulders to deliver to Parliament, to go and grace them as they appointed in the Senate, seem not to have the same considerations that they have. And some talk about, I believe it was the member for Freetown talked about how much we have foregone to be in this place. I think in business you calculate it as opportunity cost. What is it that I've given up to be here? Well, sometimes our desire for power is worth the millions we forego, having already made millions previously. So my evaluation of that is not duplicity. It is a recognition that your eyes were wide open when you made the choice to come to this place. And having made that choice to make that sacrifice, then let's do the job. Let's do the serious business. So it comes across that we have some messed up priorities. So sometimes when persons see an entourage moving, they ask the question, did everyone in the group, were they fit for purpose? Could someone else have done that? Or could the same outcome we desire be accomplished with less people? And then be slow. So we know in many cases the answer is yes. But meanwhile, back at the food store, and I'm being generous, they're putting most things on the silver part and a few things are crossing to be cast. Now, the majority of people, you and I know, Madam Speaker, They don't make it the super value. They're the mom and pop store where we live, in the communities where we grew up. And the struggle is real. In this place, many of us who have represented constituencies that have the proverbial inner city component, we understand the politics. We know how this thing runs. So we know that there are two categories of constituencies in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as we debate these compendium of law and order bills. There are those where you must win the House to win the seat. And then there are others where you must win the street to win the constituency. And those where you must win the streets, Madam Speaker, those are what the police call the hotspots. So any of us who represent them in its entirety or in part, if we may only have a couple of polling divisions, we know what time it is. Somehow, the political directorate in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I am not exempt, seem to have developed collective amnesia. We knew 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the house that you drive by where you could buy flesh, rent a gun, possibly buy a pineapple, or hire someone to go do something for you. And then we become gatekeepers in the society and partially seem to forget what happened in those houses. And so what you may have sometimes, you may have policymakers who come across as having some confusion of which side of the fence they land on, depending on their vocation, their occupation, or their past habits, or whatever. Madam Speaker, let me put it to you this way. Let me say to the Bahamian people this way. We are in the midst of a crisis on how we negotiate our relationships with each other. Young men and women are sitting down through street corners, whether you want to go from Nassau Street in the west to Camp Road in the east, whether you want to go from the top of Fort Finn Castle all the way out to Pinewood Garden or the Deep South or Golden Isles Road. They are negotiating life and death issues. While we do not solve all of these problems, we do have an obligation to be the lead in galvanizing the various stakeholders to have a coherent plan of action on how to deal with the carnage. This administration, the administration that I was a part of, ahead of every hurricane season, we are the leaders in the country who galvanize various stakeholders. Why? Because a hurricane is coming. And we make the necessary preparations in light of an impending hurricane. And then let me just fast forward. When the hurricane is over, we also take the lead and pull together the various stakeholders to take care of what happens in the aftermath of the hurricane. Well, we are in the midst of a hurricane of violence. Where is the leadership that is making the necessary preparation in ways that we could recognize? In the midst of the hurricane, we know to batten up. We know to buy necessary supplies. We know to put out the requisite warnings on how people ought to behave, which areas they make adjustments in, et cetera, et cetera. We know the classic things done before and after a hurricane. Where is the plan that clearly articulates what we ought to do in light of the fact that 40% or less of our young men and women are locked in criminal enterprises and they are outing each other? By the way, many of them who we know. And if you represent one of those constituencies, most of the constituencies, we know a number of them, or we know the ones who are in charge of them. That's why we recommended in the Free National Movement that the government ought to call a summit. We ought to, as a part of the Violence Breakers, Violence Interrupters program, reach out to those who have influence over the hundreds of armed young men and women. Why are we not meeting them? Why are we not having a discussion? Surely before the election, some of them did meet. Some of them did get instructions on, bring the crew. You have any voters card you could collect? Maybe the terms were different, but the effect and objective was the same. So, Madam Speaker, we have real work to do. And the point is, I do not believe the public sees that sense of urgency from us. And so when I listen to the member, who, is historically one of my favorite presenters, the fire is undeniable. I hear the commitment, but what I heard is this thing ain't working. This tribalism, this back and forth, and the way that we do it are not working. And so the point is, we attended, the deputy leader and myself attended the police briefing that was unfortunately called a conclave at the Prime Minister's office, and it was important to be there. And if we're invited again, we intend to go. I would only give advice, never let your PR team invite the participants to a serious discussion with stakeholders about how to transform the law enforcement apparatus. It sends the wrong message. If the PR calling you, chances are it's a PR exercise. The bottom line is, it has to be a meaningful discussion, and the member for Fort Charlotte hit it on the head. He mentioned a crime commission. The member for Angleton supported him by saying what you need is a multifaceted approach that incorporates various stakeholders who can tackle different aspects of this dilemma we face. Part of the dilemma is what we're discussing, judiciary. What are the things that need to be fixed? Why are we still tinkering around the edges rather than providing sentencing guidelines as it relates to serious sexual offenses or even murder? This is an old story. I'm not an attorney, but I happen to be married to one, and I know that sentencing guidelines are important. Why are we not doing that? Bring some serious pieces of legislation to augment what we have here, and then we can take it seriously. But let's not engage in the public relations exercises, because they will not save lives. And unfortunately, we have gotten to a point in the country where there is an acceptable amount of carnage that we seem as a population willing to accept. And so the restlessness is not there. The people want to know, why are you getting worked up? What are you angry about? I say those that are not outraged are in fact the ones touching off the rage. And so we have to, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, govern as if we have a sense of urgency. When you don't do it, you end up on this side. That's how it works. And so, Madam Speaker, while we support these, we believe more needs to be done. We want to ensure that there isn't duplication of services. The ministry with responsibility for sports and culture, very important ministry. The ministry with responsibility for tourism. They often work on making sure that we explode opportunities in the orange economy. So when work is being done in Grand Bahama by the Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Grand Bahama, we fully expect, if you're going to do things that impact the creative industries, that you work seamlessly with the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to ensure that there is no duplication of services. I use that only as an example. Urban renewal is the principal culprit for many years. Continuing to duplicate services that can effectively be done by other ministries, which urban renewal only needs to facilitate the implementation. So I agree. It isn't only the responsibility of the Ministry of National Security. It is the responsibility of multiple ministries in conjunction with private sector groups, in conjunction with NGOs, that unfortunately we are turning off because of the politics we are playing in this parliament. And so, Madam Speaker, our young people are dying, being maimed, living below their potential. We should be able to put in place a crime commission that addresses this issue in a very comprehensive and meaningful way. I say by way of you to the member for Freetown, the hullabaloo and the noise and the concerns that people express is because there is a deep desire for the gatekeepers, which all of us are, to be singing from the same hymn sheet, that we are developing a zero tolerance for those that are not prepared to live by the norms and the mores of this society. And so we must never come across as if we are in defense of those members of our family, our citizens who have gone awry of the law. We must be unequivocal on where we stand. And whenever any of us feel we can't do that, we should then demit that particular office, because it doesn't mean we're not suited for national service, but certainly we can't be suited in that particular place. That's what the anger is about. The anger is about, as gatekeepers, are you holding the fort in defense of us who have reposed our confidence in you, who have more access, who has, as the member for Foxhill said, a platform to do some things that some other people cannot or are unwilling to do. Madam Speaker, we call on this government, the Prime Minister, to let's set the right tone. The private conversation between a Prime Minister and his minister who may have made ill-advised statement, that's irrelevant. We don't care about your private conversation. This is the people's business. Come to the public and talk to the public, not to the Prime Minister. That's where arrogance begins, and arrogance has landed you on this side. This is not about a private conversation between two public servants. This is about being accountable to the public. And that's true for all of us. So, Madam Speaker, we are in a hurricane of violence. We ought to behave as if we recognize that fact. We ought to follow the law. The Prime Minister has acknowledged he's in violation of the procurement law and has made no commitment and has not been challenged by these brilliant men and women who serve at his pleasure to say, sir, let's just comply. Let's do what them other people didn't do as we accuse them. I keep hearing about the things we did not reveal. We promised to give an account for that and didn't. You're in the chair now. Please, for God's sake, share the information. You must have access to it. Put it on the table. Don't drip feed the public. Don't tease us with titillating little bits or pieces. And whenever you come with the broad-based investigation, so if you look, for example, at Beaches and Park, let's make sure we look at Beaches and Park from its inception to today. That's the true measure of integrity in governance. Don't cherry pick a narrow period. Pick the entire period and let's examine the systems, the protocols, the personalities, and all that they have done. No problem. No, a comparison of a race to the bottom. Unfortunate, most tragic. So, Madam Speaker, let me say as I wrap up, we have a great opportunity to transform this country. But it has to be about doing the granular work, the serious work of collaborating with each other. And we need leadership that has the ability to pull together various stakeholders to address the most fundamental issues that impact us as a country. The Free National Movement is prepared to work with the government and other stakeholders in ensuring we address the vexing issues of NIB and the risk that it is at. And Brother LaRoda, congratulations on having the courage to look at what exists and say, listen, something serious has to be done. We don't want to hear the vague stories about we can do something creative to find the money. What does that mean? From where? How? What we need is specifics for a government that was supposed to be ready on day one. We will know how you will find the money to sustain NIB. How will you find the money to reach $1.5 billion as outlined in the fiscal strategy report? Because we know enhanced tax collection, reduced spending is not going to get you to 1.5 million. So it must be new taxes. If it is, let's have a real, honest conversation with the Bahamian people about what we intend to do, as opposed to talking vague. And so when people keep talking about what you all did, be out of office, be in opposition. You are in the chair. In the name of Jesus, fix it. In the name of Jesus, fix it. And so, Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity as a country. Never seen a more reasonable, measured group of persons willing to help hold your hands, to help you to get the work done that you are tasked with doing. Let's work together. Let's make it happen. Not on our behalf, we fine, but on behalf of the Bahamian people. With that, we support these amendments.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, for a compendium of 4 bills that have, it would appear, unanimous support, there's been a lot said in the margins. Someone once said that if you stop to throw a rock at every dog that barks, you'll get nowhere. Archbishop Neil Ellis, at the church service at the opening of Parliament, stated it in a more eloquent manner when he advised us to stay focused. I intend to stay focused, Madam Speaker. It's hard to sit and listen to some of it, but I will stay focused because in my service to this country in a judicial capacity, which I happen to have served at 2 levels of the court, and judges are the only persons whose opinions matter in matters of law, my record speaks for itself. And I would ask anyone who want to doubt where I stand to look at the record. I've gone on the record as to what my regret is. And indeed, the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition raises some issues about gatekeepers and how we must appear. Rather than give people an impression of a bed of roses, young people would say, instead of lotioning people, one ought to confront with what the reality is. I can assist with some realities that clearly either aren't known or overlooked by the other side. The reality is the separation of powers doctrine dictates that only an appellate court can set sentencing guidelines, not politicians. So as much as we might want to lotion the public to believe that in this place we can fetter the jurisdiction of the courts in sentencing, it is not the law. It is a hard thing for people who are supposed to have power to admit, but our system of government leaves that decision for the courts. That is, in fact, what was communicated in my written statement. It is the case when we talk about the jury that the size of the jury has in fact already been reduced. For every case other than a capital offense, where it remains at 12, because it was determined that if you may take someone's life, if the state may take someone's life, that must be a unanimous decision of 12 people. That might have been overlooked, but the size of the jury, I think, was reduced when Allison Maynard Gibson was Attorney General. Well, I can hear it, and I would say in staying focused, the legal minds on the other side may wish to balance whether they wish to reduce it further, may wish to check the jurisprudence in other countries, and then may come to a conclusion as to whether a further reduction would be defensible in our system. But I wish to correct the honorable member for, where are you from, Albert? Fort Charlotte. I understand that he perhaps never practiced on the criminal side before the courts in Freeport. And so he would have given credit for some of the work of our colleague, the the then Attorney General, Addison Maynard Gibson, for the jury rooms in that building. I've had the privilege of appearing before the courts in the Outer Islands, in the Family Islands, sorry. The juries act as Outer Islands. Thank you. That's a slight amendment we will have to correct. But that was done some time ago. The issue simply is this. It is being suggested, and we've heard now for about 7 months, that we have no plan. We've heard for 7 months that the opposition would wish to work with us. To me, it would be clear that if I'm engaging in a debate with my opponent, and I'm to suggest that he has no plan, it would be incumbent upon me to read the contract that he made with the Bahamian people, which is contained in our blueprint for change. And at item 10 on page 50, and for the edification of the public, our contract with you can be found online at the PLP's website. Item 10 provides, the PLP will implement the National Development Plan initiated by the last PLP administration that provides a coordinated approach for inclusive national development to create a more resilient and vibrant Bahamas. That is a reference to Vision 2040. We know that after the previous administration took office, having participated fully in Vision 2040, I looked at the document. It was chaired by Felix Stubbs, an eminent Bahamian. It contained a foreword by the then Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie. It contained a foreword by the current member for Kalani in his capacity as then leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition before he was deposed by the mutiny. It even contained a foreword by the then leader of the Democratic National Alliance, William Arthur Granville McCartney. It was a seminal work in which everyone got together and for a moment in time put politics aside and addressed and grappled with the problems in this country. And we've heard it over and repeatedly, and I agree, they are systemic. They are not new. Dr. David Allen and Keva Bethel, who participate in the Advisory Commission on Crime in the Ministry of National Security, produced for me a startling chart about homicides in the Bahamas. And it is a continually upward line. It is unacceptable. It is systemic. Playing games won't change it. We have to be frank with the Bahamian people, and I agree with Marco City in that, because these same people who he has indicated, we all saw over the course of last year, if we're fortunate enough to make it through this term, we will see them again. And we will have to give account of what we have done. And I find that Bahamian people have very good memories. I find that Bahamian people are quick to hold you to account. And so all one needs to do is read on page 50 of the Blueprint for Change, our reference to Vision 2040, go to Vision 2040, and the beauty of the document, although it's only the one in draft, is that it's clickable. So when you go to the index, you can just click, and an approach to the rule of law comes first, and then the courts come right after it. Because from the briefing in the conclave, it should have been very clear that the failure to expeditiously deal with matters drives some of the murders in our streets. It would be very easy for me to say, and I'm often tempted to say, what is being done, but that would not be prudent. A child would understand why it's not prudent to disclose how the police are seeking to stop guns entering this country, unless your desire is to arm the culprits with the information to permit them to circumvent the system. We have all seen, and the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner Fernanda have all spoken to their activation of Operation Ceasefire, which is saturation patrol. And so we met a police force undermanned. And so far, the Minister of Finance, who happens to be the Prime Minister, has been sufficiently motivated that we have taken in 3 squads of recruits. The most recent last week. We took in...
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. When we last met, I addressed the very point raised by the member for Freetown. When we came to government in 2017, if you look at the figures in the exact report that you cited, that is the manpower audit of the police force, it outlines the various ranks within the force, and then it has the corresponding table of, for example, what is the shortage in terms of manpower. So when you talk about an undermanned force, I don't argue against that point. I just think you ought to be more complete in your explanation, and that is when the Progressive Liberal Party was in power and demitted office, we inherited a police force that was also undermined. So the impression you give and gave the last time you spoke was that we simply did not tackle the issue by the number of recruits that came in. And I'm saying to you, in the very book that you referred us to, successive administrations have a hurdle to overcome in getting the requisite number of police officers.
I really don't know what Marco City is talking about. I referred no one to any book.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
My remarks was that the Commissioner of Police speaks of being 900 men down. And that is the fact. Now, if Marco City wishes to debate that issue, he can do it at his leisure. But under this administration from September, this is the second squad of 100 going in. 50 went in for the northern region and fire. And so we are addressing that. Persons would now see officers patrolling in cars that are not patrol cars because you're correct, we have to fix it. So if we don't meet patrol cars, we have to patrol in what we have. And I am very proud of the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force who go into every house for which there is reasonable cause to search and are regularly finding guns, ammunition, and drugs. And they are doing their job. They're doing their job in organizing the operation and executing it. And regardless of how often I am tempted, you do not interfere with professionals discharging their duties. And we have consummate professionals in our police force who perform above and beyond and are comparable to any police force anywhere. And that is very clear. the constitutional construct says that we politicians are to stay out of policing. We are to speak with them. If their plans are reasonable, we are then to fund them. And so we're to fund recruitment when the commissioner's plan requires them. We are, for instance, to fund an expansion of ShotSpotter, whose sole purpose is to detect gunshots and to get the free 2 square miles of coverage that they've been offering for the last 2 years, that the government did not take up. And so our job is to listen to police professionals who tell us the tools they need. And so to listen to Spot Shotter who tell us they can put tablets and phones in our cars so that the police don't have to wait to be called to be told where the gunshot is. And so that is the job of a politician in crime prevention in terms of stopping it, if you can, before it happens on the street. But our job, more fundamentally, and I agree with you, Marco City, is effectively to get us back to where we were, where young men do not see it as natural to walk up on another young man and shoot him multiple times about the body. I have the misfortune of having to watch these videos that the police send me, to view these bodies. And I cannot believe that we've come to a point in this country where young people find that as acceptable. But it has happened during our lifetime. Make no mistake about that. Central Grand Bahama spoke about the time when policemen didn't need guns. And that's correct. And that was in our lifetime. And so when I hear these games about somebody with 2 daughters having any affinity for child molesters, it is frankly infuriating, and it takes all my grace to get through it without resorting to what young people resort to. But that is because we must demonstrate to them that you can take abuse and you do not have to return it. That is what is missing. I'm not speaking about you, Marco City. Why are you complaining? You wish to speak?
I'm member for Freetown. Sorry, Madam.
Yeah, he loved to forget now. Like Rao. Like the young old people say, like Rao.
Madam Speaker, I wish to just caution the member for Freetown. This is, in this case, you don't want to position yourself as you are the victim of abuse against the backdrop of this discussion. I just leave it there. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't do it.
I think the member for Marco City may be older than I am. Yes. So he can quite well understand exactly what I said and exactly what I mean. And so it is quite clear that when we suggest, as we never suggest, that it is anybody's fault, that crime is any individual person's fault, any individual political party's fault. We are not politicizing crime. What we do say is we are where we are now, and a perusal of Vision 2040, which came about after consideration of all of the crime commissions, after bipartisan support. I would recommend it to the other side to read and inwardly digest, as it contains a clear path out of where we are, and it's a path that was agreed by the other side at the relevant time. Turning back, Madam Speaker, to the actual bills that we are considering. They've been referred to as tinkering on the edges. And a politician, a member of the executive, a member of the legislature, has to be terribly careful about what he or she attempts to do with regard to the independent judicial branch of government. The member for Fort Charlotte has set out that we are guided by constitutional principles. And the same article of the Constitution that talks about Parliament's power to make laws for the peace, good governance of this country subjects it to limits. But I wouldn't have described any of these as tinkering, and I think my MP for St. Anne's got it absolutely correct. What could be more revolutionary than any legislation that enables the Chief Justice's vision that we will have a court complex in the East where you will have virtual courts continuously without the need for everything to stop when the Court of Appeal is having a case, for the magistrates to have to wait on a Supreme Court, for the judge courts in Grand Bahama to have to wait till the courts in New Providence are complete. If that is tinkering at the edges, I would like to see the large change that no doubt the other side will be suggesting to us ought to be made, because it is significant. Just by way of information, when I left here and went to the ministry for lunch, I was a witness in a civil matter before Justice Denise Juanita Lewis Johnson, and I got to sit at my desk, open my laptop, give evidence, be cross-examined, and still get back here before we resumed for lunch. That is where we are in this country. We don't take credit for all of it. This is a gradual, continuous program. And so this revolutionary change of throwing everything out and bringing in a new paradigm is not always necessary. If something is working, you will see the Davis-Cooper administration just seek to improve it. The whole idea of Vision 2040 was that we stop, cancel, and review. We agree on these priorities to meet the sustainable goals, and from government to government, it is just a matter of how we prioritize funding. And I hope and I pray that we will get there someday, because it is magnificent. It was a magnificent accomplishment. Everyone agreed. Even Brownville agreed. Everybody agreed. And we said, this is the roadmap. This is the vision. This is how we're going to get there. And somehow, all of that went out the window. That was in 2016. Something happened in 2017, and it all went out the window. But the whole purpose of that format was to get past that type of politics. Yes. To say that we are all invested in 2040, witness that Perry Gladstone Christie is speaking to it, Hubert Alexander Minnis is speaking to it, and the then leader of the third party, who hadn't won a seat, is also getting to speak to it, and civil society is broadly consulted. You cannot get more inclusive than that. And so I would wish that we not hear these lack of plans every time it is printed in the paper, because much that is said in this place is said for consumption of the dailies. I would just ask the Bahamian people, beg the Bahamian people to simply look at page 50 of the blueprint for change. Look at Vision 2040, and I'm going to recommend that we get the signed off version because it even has a picture of the member for Kalani in it, so that the Bahamian people can see a time when politicians stopped playing politics. Stop playing politics with their lives, stop playing politics with their future, and sat down and cooperated in a spirit of advancement. And so there are systemic issues. For East Grand Bahama, I don't understand why executions in Grand Bahama is a problem, because Rule 17 permits any peace officer to execute a writ of possession. A writ of execution. And there are quite a few police officers in Grand Bahama who can be acting. Having served as a magistrate, I think I did a total of 2 years as a magistrate in the civil court in the night. So you don't have to build new courts to put civil magistrates in place, because you generally do it in the evening as national service. And I can say that in my time of sitting, I was never oversubscribed. So yes, there's going to be an increase in the workload of the magistracy. That will be a matter for the Chief Justice and the Chief Magistrate to manage, not the executive, not this body. And so what we do is we pass the law to say, this will facilitate business flowing down from the Supreme Court, and then it's for the Chief Justice and the Chief Magistrate to organize their business. So there are systemic issues with buildings. We met those. We intend to try to fix as many as we can in terms of the national priorities. And we're not going to go around and say we met this, we met that, we met the next, unless we are forced to do so when there is some inquiry as to why we are only where we are. That's the only time you talk about it, you know. I was told you only walk backward in the graveyard. You only look back to where you've come from when somebody is questioning why you are only as far ahead as you are. And so for my part, I don't intend to speak much about my predecessor or what the previous administration does. It just takes up time. And the thing about all of these measures that save time is every minute that you waste at something that isn't productive is a minute you cannot spend on something that is in fact productive. And so I don't regard it as productive unless and until it is to explain to the Bahamian people why we are at where we are now. So if they want to know why our saturation patrols are at the level they are, that's an historic issue. I would implore all of us, if we are serious, if the other side is serious, that we hearken back to Vision 2040. That was a very good time in Bahamian politics that produced that document. You all agreed with it at the time, because I've heard everyone except St. Anne's and East Grand Bahama speak about this is the second consecutive time that you were back here. And so you were in politics, if not here, at that time, because you would have had to have won in 2017 to be back here a second time. So you would have been a part of the party that was a part of that process. And so in my judgment and in my humble submission to this House, there would be no reason to walk back from it. And the public can find Vision 2040 by, as they say, Googling it. And as I say, we perhaps need to put it more frontally in the public domain. But that was a good time. That was a time when all of what Marco City talks about cooperating did in fact happen. Madam Speaker, everyone agrees. You almost don't have to vote. Everyone agrees that this is a step forward. My MP for St. Anne's believes that it's a bigger step forward than his colleagues, but he did spend some time practicing on the criminal side of the court, even if just a limited time. And I don't intend to be lotioning him, but I think that he acquitted himself fairly well when he did. And so this is not tinkering at the edges. Fairly viewed, this is fundamental change. Sorry. Yes, I have to formally move. Before I take my seat, Madam Speaker, I'd wish to give my regards to the member for Tall Pines, who many of us may know experienced the loss of his mother, who will be funeralized tomorrow. I know that I've experienced the loss of my father, but I couldn't imagine the loss of a mother. And so we commiserate with him, our hearts go out with him, and we pray him strength for the morrow. That being said, Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of, I move that the question be put on the Compendium of Bills, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those are opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Speaker, I move for the question be put on the Magistrates Amendment Bill 2022. Move and seconded.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Seconded? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Magistrate Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Madam Speaker, I move for a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act. Please second.
Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Madam Speaker, I move for a bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act. As many are in favor. A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act. I'm sorry, my apologies. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
For the second reading?
No further second.
No further second
Madam
readings.
Speaker, I now move for the House to resolve a subject to Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Okay, is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that this House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair. As many are in favor will stand. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair.
One second. I'm just trying to get this. Okay. Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Evidence Amendment Bill long title be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Evidence.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill is agreed. Those are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will remain seated. Those will stand. The short title is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that sections 2 through 5 be agreed. There are no proposed amendments. Sections 2 through 5 be agreed.
Is seconded? It has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 5 be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 to 5 of the bill is agreed.
Are you? Yes. Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Evidence Amendment Bill in its entirety be agreed.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2, the bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Magistrates Amendment Bill long title be agreed.
Long?
Yes.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Magistrate Amendments Bill.
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we intend to leave the Magistrates Amendment Bill at the committee stage to return for further discussion, as you heard in the debate from both sides, with further discussions and proposed amendments may become from both sides. As you heard in the debate today, there was a very active debate on that particular section. So we'll leave that in the committee stage, and I now move to Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, long title be agreed. The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, long title be agreed.
Long title. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
So Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, there are no proposed amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, so I now move that sections 2 through 5 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion 2 through 5 is agreed.
So Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
I now move that the jury's amendment bill long title be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that amendment to section 2 of the bill be agreed with the proposed amendment.
Section 2. Is there a second?
No, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the proposed amendment is for there to be inserted immediately after paragraph A of clause 2, a new paragraph AA, which reads as follows, quote, paragraph AA, in paragraph B of subsection 6, by the insertion immediately after the word stations of the words and publication in at least 2 newspapers.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded. What is it, clause 2?
Yes.
Clause 2 of the bill that be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will.
I just have a question.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
So in essence, you be saying that it reverts back to what it was. What?
Now, the new amendment would, in the newspaper, published where you could find the list, which would then be online.
Okay, so not the actual list. But
No,
just
the,
where to find it.
the subsection that is amended said that the radio would announce where you could find the list.
Okay.
And so that would just now be the same paradigm for the newspaper.
Okay.
How would the members know? How would prospective jurors know?
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 2 of the bill is amended, is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 2 of the bill is amended as read.
Deputy, I now move that section 3 of the bill
Is
be
there a
agreed.
second? It has been moved and seconded that section 3 of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 3 is agreed.
So Deputy, I now move that the jury's bill in its entirety be agreed as amended.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety is amended, be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety as amended is agreed.
I now move that the Speaker now resumes the chair.
Oh, yeah. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Speaker will now take the chair. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Okay. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined the bills, having made amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Evidence Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and that the title thereof declared to be a bill to
No, Evidence Amendment Act.
the Evidence Amendment Act 2022. Further third reading and bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code Act.
Thank you. Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Criminal Procedure Code Act 2022. Further third reading of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Juris Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Although as many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Juries Amendment Act 2022. Further third reading of bills?
No further third readings.
Thank you, honorable member. Ordered that the clerk do take the bills passed by this House today to the Honorable Senate for their deliberation and to desire their concurrence.
Under consideration. And then I move for the House to accept it.
Consideration, consideration of Senate's amendments. Honorable members, there is one amendment that the Senate did send to this honorable place. We start from there. And it's Bahamas, and it's message number 8. Message to the Honorable Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly from the Honorable President and Honorable members of the Senate. And it reads, the Honorable Senate acquaints the Honorable House of Assembly that they have passed the following bill, accompanying message number 7 from Honorable House of Assembly dated 23rd of March, 2022, having made the following amendments. Japhet Edison Delaveau Pension Bill 2022. Clause of the bill number 3 and the amendment made is delete the word Edison, spelled Eddison, wherever it appears, and substitute the word Edison with Edison. The Senate, Nassau MP, the Bahamas, 4th of April 2022, and it's signed by the President, the Honorable Senator Michelle Adderley.
Madam Speaker, I now move that this Honorable House adopts the consideration from the Senate. If I can obtain a seconder.
Second. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the Senate amendment be adopted. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Resolution. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Central and South Lutheran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's my fault.
Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member
Thank you.
from
Thank
Golden
you.
Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would just like to say thank you to the fine constituents in Golden Isles who participated with us over the Easter weekend. On Sunday past, Madam Speaker, we had a Royal High Tea and Fashion Show extravaganza. The Remnant Tabernacle Auditorium on Carmichael Road was transformed into a beautiful, elegant setting. And Madam Speaker, I myself took a few steps on the high fashion runway. Didn't do as good as the member for Marathon would have done, but I did my best.
You a model?
I threw a step or two.
And she models? Honorable member for Marathon?
Do you have any pictures?
Yes,
we love.
Can you post them?
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, the event was very successful. Went really well. And then on Monday, Easter Monday, we had an educational time at Bonfish Pond. We had 2 groups of persons, children and adults, and persons from the Bahamas National Trust were able to educate them with regards to the mangroves and the purpose they serve. And it was very, very informative, and they really enjoyed it. And I'd like to thank them. There was a number, 4 of them, as a matter of fact, took the time off from their holidays to come and to participate with us. Following that, we went to the historic Adelaide Village, to their beach, and that officially, I understood, kicked off the season of the beach. And again, goodly number, the response, really good response. Everything went very well, and we're thankful and grateful for all those persons who participated. Team Golden Isles, led by Ms. Farrington, Ms. Debbie Bain, Ms. Elma Storr, and a number of other persons. We want to thank them for that. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, as I close, to extend again sincere condolences to Dr. Darville and his family and the loss of his mom, who they'll be laying to rest tomorrow. And also, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, in our constituency, the tragedy, the accident that occurred in Connecticut, where two of our fine sons, who were college students, one had attained a master's degree, the other one was about to attain his bachelor's degree. One of them lost his life almost instantly, and the other several days after. And I speak of Mr. Kenyu Adderley, who was one of the persons. I should like to extend condolences to his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alfonso, and Paula Adderley, and the rest of the family. And may the Lord comfort, strengthen, and keep them during this difficult and challenging time.
Amen.
I should also like to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Rowe, his schoolmate, and they were best friends, and who also passed. And again, can't even imagine what the family must be going through. And so let's remember to keep them in our thoughts and keep them in our prayers, and may their souls rest in peace and one day rise in glory. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to continue and thank the members from the St. Anne's constituency that participated in our children's grill out in the Step Street community. That's a great community that is on the border of the St. Anne's constituency and the Fox Hill constituency. A number of families came out, the Knowles family, Curry family, and many others. It truly is a wonderful area, and I know from time to time they're in need, and one of the gentlemen had identified that their single half-court park space that they have there is in need of lighting. Madam Speaker, I don't think that, well, I know since I'm the MP, there isn't a single full-court basketball court in the St. Anne's constituency. There are two parks that have half courts. One, as I said, is without lighting, and I'm hoping that some of the monies under the Ministry of Works, as I've seen, are making its way into Engliston. Will make its way into St. Anne's. There's enough space both on the park behind the Johnson Road constituency office, and there's enough space on Step Street for full courts to go in there. But immediately, if there's a way for lighting to be connected to the public utility supply, that Step Street court could really benefit, because we all know how hot it is during the daytime in our country. And the young men of all ages, right down to about 4 years old, and women, there's a great young female basketball player there. They would benefit from having a light so they could make use of the court during cooler times in our days. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate all of the terrific competitors. I know that government representatives were there doing a great job. The member from Seabreeze congratulated them last night. I don't know all of them by name and face, but I can easily recognize the young Miss Pritchard, Mr. Thompson, as well as Mr. Barr, that accomplished medals for the Commonwealth. They're residents of St. Anne's, and I think it's particularly important that we give a lot of support and respect and congratulations to those that didn't medal. They all represented our nation at the highest level and will be future champions, not only in athletics, but I'm sure in their future professions, as they've shown a great discipline and devotion to an objective and outcome at a very young age. Finally, as the Member of Parliament for St. Anne's, the constituency where the good member from Tall Pines lives, I wish to extend my condolences to he and his family on the passing of his mother, Miss Blaniva Darble. And I know, as Mr. Monroe said from Freetown earlier, the loss of a mother is very great. I know that at any time in our lives, when we're fortunate to have a parent that's made an impact on us, it's very hard to say goodbye to them. And when the member from Carton Hills, Tall Pines, came in here today, I could see that he wasn't carrying the usual spirit that I think he's known for in this House. And I know that he's grieving this loss and mourning, and I ask that God give comfort to his family and to all of us that have lost loved ones in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to also thank all of the members of Team East Grand Bahama who participated and who did an excellent job this Easter Monday. We did something a little different in East Grand Bahama. Rather than having a stationary Easter hunt for the kids, we packed up the Easter eggs and candies, and we hired a ice cream truck, and we got 2 characters. So we had the Easter Bunny and Spider-Man, and we all put them all on a trailer, and we went throughout the constituency. So we were able to hit areas like Malibu Reef. Thank you, Malibu Reef, who came out, Coral Gardens, Seahorse Village, Arden Forest, Chesapeake, and we also were able to hit some of the areas on the ridge as well. So we want to thank all of the team members who came out, who supported, and who gave out the Easter eggs as well. And while the member for Fort Charlotte is exiting, and he is giving gifts to constituencies. I have to put my order in as well for East Grand Bahama. There is a park in Sweeting's Key, and Sweeting's Key is often forgotten, and we cannot forget Sweeting's Key. And they were devastated by the storm, and their park, we are working to get their clinic. The clinic, we just got power back to the clinic, but the health officials are now working to get the personnel back into the clinic. But the park across the street needs a repair, so we're going to put our request in. There's also a park in McLeanstown that needs assistance as well. There is a park in Pelican Point that needs assistance, a park in High Rock that needs assistance, and the other ones are local government ones in Freeport. We'll speak to local government about those, but most certainly the ones that are in East proper, we would like the assistance of the Ministry of Works to try and put some basketball equipment and also to upgrade those parks there in East Grand Bahama. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to join the chorus to offer condolences to our parliamentary colleague, the Member of Parliament for Torrent Pines, on the loss of his mother. Madam Speaker, on Monday past, we had in Pinewood the Easter egg hunt. Good time was had by all. However, the mood was a bit somber. We all would have heard of the young lady who was killed, and I'd just like to put a human face to that. Her name is Nicola Cox. She lived right next door to my headquarters.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, as my team was preparing for our event on Monday, they actually heard the gunshots as they rang out. And so I'd like to give condolences to the family, who I will speak to. I know them very well. During the campaign, Ms. Cox, along with her kids, would frequent as we come in and we would communicate. And so on behalf of the whole Pinewood community, I would like to give condolences to the Cox family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable
Speaker.
Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to rise on behalf of the residents of Yamacraw. I would like to thank them for their participation and the hardworking team in the constituency for our successful Easter egg hunt that was well attended by many children and adults. We had eats and drinks and face paintings and bouncy castle on Saturday. That was April 9th. I also want to congratulate the persons who would have signed up for a mobile trade school that was launched in Yamacraw. I think the member for Nassau Village also spoke of their mobile trade school initiative that's upcoming. And I thank the 50 persons who signed up on the launch of that trade school with BTVI and Street Legends. I too extend condolences to the good member for Tall Pines on the passing of his mother, and also to my Bristol family who would have lost a dear loved one, Dr. Nisha Bristol. She would have passed. She was a sickle cell person who would have had sickle cell, and she was also president of the association at one time. But she will be buried tomorrow, and dearly missed by her family, Uncle Corley and Les, and all. That's her parents. I want to say also happy birthday to my daughter Zoe, who celebrated yesterday. I heard the member for Kalani say he celebrated yesterday. Just coincidentally, my daughter celebrated her 8th birthday. And my son was in March. My daughter Zoe, my son's Anna was in March also. I want to extend happy birthday to them. And I thank you for the opportunity, once again, the opportunity for Yamacraw for having me in this great place, in this honorable house. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good night to members. I just wanted to rise on behalf of the great people of Baines and Grandstown and to announce some of the programs and initiatives that we're having. Yesterday, we launched the first annual Baines and Grandstown Summer Games. The games are expected to commence on the 27th of June, and they will run until the 1st of August. This is the first time we're having it. We're going to be having 3 sports: basketball, track and field, and softball. We have 3 divisions: under 12, 16 and under, and 18 and over. Those are 3 sports. We intend to use all of the sporting facilities in the Baines and Grandstown area. Madam Speaker, I was really, really shocked when I saw the team from the Carifta team from the Bahamas and recognized that there were a number of persons from the Baines and Grandstown area that were a part of that particular team. I can remember the days, and the member for Western and Grand Bahama can tell you, the days when the Bahamas used to win Carifta. Many of our inner city athletes came out of the Baines and Grandstown and the inner city areas, Centerville and Angliston. So we're hoping that the launch of our annual summer games would be a catalyst to bringing us back to the great days in sports and Carifta that we used to enjoy. I also want to indicate, Madam Speaker, that next month is the month for mothers, and we will be launching our Single Mothers Forum on Children's Fund Day, the 6th, 7th of May, Single Mothers Forum on Children's Fund Day. And on Mother's Day, the 8th of May, we'll be honoring the mothers, eldest mothers in the Baines and Grandstown constituency. I think that would be something very, very important. As a part of our panelists, you should have received an invitation, Madam Speaker, and we would like for you to be a part of our panelists to show from a personal perspective what persistence, good decision-making can do once you stick to it. And single mothers are not lost. If you persevere, you can achieve a lot more to a place in which you are. Madam Speaker, I'd like to express my condolences to the member for Tall Pines as he commenced and prepared to funeralize his mother tomorrow. Like others, I haven't lost a mother, but I've lost a father, and I know how difficult it is to lose a parent. So hopefully he'll be strong enough to endure. And finally, Madam Speaker, before I sit down, the Ministry of Economic Affairs has lost a giant of a man. It really hurt me yesterday when I received the news of the passing of Charles Butler. our communications expert. I want to express sincere condolences to his family on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and personally from me and my family. I'd like to say condolences to him. Charles was not only a colleague, but he was a friend and a brother, and he will be sadly missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask that we allow for the extension of our time beyond 7 o'clock. We still have 1 or 2 matters to complete.
Thank you.
But in so doing, Madam Speaker, I just want to join with colleagues who earlier recognized the death of Mary Cooper and Mary Nee Hollingsworth, who is from West End, Grand Bahama, happens to be my cousin, and a woman who dedicated her life to education. Every single day you saw her, her entire life was about bettering the children of our country. And Madam Speaker, like Anita Doherty, who passed recently, they both come from West End, that little settlement of wonderful, diversified, and very courageous and brave people. They positioned themselves to serve. They were true patriots, and they served this country amicably. Also, my colleague, Dr. Michael Darville, when my mother passed 7 years ago, it's a very rough period. But Dr. Darville, I remember when I flew to Grand Bahama, he was in the plane just after me and spent a considerable amount of time with me to ensure that I was able to get through that difficult time. And so it is true, when I saw him today, I saw a broken man, and I understand, because he worked hard, loved his parents, like all of us do. And so today it's a sad day for him, but we stand with him, we'll be there for him, and we'll help him through this very difficult time. Madam Speaker, I now move for the House to exceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Second, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond 7 p.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Further member statements?
No, ma'am.
It's done. Honourable Member, before we move on, I know we were giving condolences. What time is the funeral tomorrow, and at what church for members to be able to attend?
Holy Cross, 10 a.m. Holy Cross Church, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. at the Holy Cross. Okay. Thank you, Honourable Members. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following resolution. Whereas the Accountant General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the Accountant General, a corporation sole established and existing under and by virtue of Section 4, subsection 1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, the Statute Law of the Bahamas, revised edition of 2000, hereinafter called the said Act, and continuing pursuant to Sections 2, 10, and 131 of the Public Finance Management Act, 2021, is seized in fee simple in trust for Her Majesty and right of her government of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of the hereditaments described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter called the said. And whereas the ministry responsible for housing is also a corporation sole established and existing under and by virtue of Section 3, subsection 1 of the Housing Act, Chapter 199, the Statute Law of the Bahamas, revised edition of 2000. And whereas the Accountant General is desirous of transferring the said to the Minister responsible for housing
at a nominal fee of $10 for the purposes of providing new dwelling houses for persons of moderate means, open spaces, and parks and community and recreational areas. And whereas by Section 5, subsection 3A of the said Act, the Accountant General shall not sell or make any other disposition of the fee simple of any land vested in her without the prior approval of both Houses of Parliament, signified by resolution thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3A of the said Act, this House approves a conveyance by the Accountant General to the Minister responsible for housing of the said hereditaments for a nominal fee of $10 in the currency of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The schedule hereinbefore referred to, all that piece or parcel of land being two contiguous portions of parcel A and parcel B, the property of the Bahamas government containing by admeasurement 30 and 25/100 acres or thereabouts, situate on the southern side of Pinecrest Drive and approximately 800 feet eastwardly of East South Street in the southern district of the island of New Providence, one of the islands of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which said lot piece or parcel of land is bounded eastwardly partly by land now or formerly the property of Nassau Beach Properties Limited, being lot A2-1, and running thereon 100 feet partly by Chester Bay Subdivision, and running thereon 318 and 21/100 feet, and partly by land the property of the Bahamas government, being the other portion of parcel A, and running thereon 599 and 79/100 feet, or thereabout. Southwardly by land the property of the Bahamas government, being partly by other portion of parcel A, 1,174.64 feet, and partly by other portion of parcel B, 1,787.44 feet, and running thereon 2,962 and 8/100 feet, or thereabout. Westwardly by land the property of the Bahamas government, being the other portion of parcel A, and running thereon 385 and 49/100 feet, or thereabout. Northwardly partly by Pinecrest Drive, and running thereon 2,165 and 1/10 feet, or thereabout, and partly by land now or formerly the property of Nassau Beach Properties Limited, being the lots A2-1 to A2-9, and running thereon 742 and 22/100 feet, or thereabout, which said lot, piece, or parcel of land has such position, boundaries, shape, marks, and dimensions as are shown on the diagram or plan attached thereto and is thereon colored pink. All that lot, piece, or parcel of land being a portion of parcel C, the property of the Bahamas government containing by admeasurement 5 and 19/100 acres, or thereabouts, situate on the southern side of Monique Street and approximately 180 feet eastwardly of Pigeon Plum Avenue in the southern district of the island of New Providence, one of the islands of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which said lot, piece, or parcel of land is bounded eastwardly by land, the property of the Bahamas government, being the other portion of parcel C, and running thereon 266 and 1/100 feet, or thereabout. Southwardly by land the property of the Bahamas government, being the other portion of parcel C, and running thereon 824 and 87/100 feet, or thereabout. Westwardly by land now or formerly the property of Nassau Beach Properties Limited, and running thereon 276 and 5/100 feet, or thereabout. Northwardly by 30 feet wide road known as Monique Street, and running thereon 815 feet, or thereabout, which said lot, piece, or parcel of land has such position, boundaries, shape, marks, and dimensions as are shown on the diagram or plan attached hereto and is thereon colored pink.
Order that the notice be brought up.
Wait a second.
Further notice to lie on the table. Further notices for future meetings. The chair.
I'd like to, Madam Speaker, I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, April 27th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House now adjourns its next sitting to Wednesday, 27th of April, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move the House adjourns to Wednesday, April 27th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 27th of April, 2022 at 10 a.m.
All right.